All right, I'm gonna bring myself back, and here we are. I figured since it's running, we're gonna give it a, the chance that to actually listen through the whole start, because we don't always do that, and I feel like with what we had just started, where we have just gotten ourselves into this like whole, what is it, time leap machine thing, it deserved that hype a little bit. So Metaphysis Necrosis, oh gosh. Every one of like 40 openings for different versions of Steins Gate are good. I bet. This game has pretty good music so far, in my opinion, surprisingly. I don't know, maybe unsurprisingly, but like even the pieces in game, like the things that what's her name, the cat girl sends us, has been pretty great too. You're just a Steins Gate junkie. That's okay. Oh, that's right. Ferris Nyan Nyan, yes. Oh, I am unprepared for today, and this is what happens when you take me off my routine. Let me grab my notebook, get to where we were. All right. So we went back to like, what is it, 5 o'clock on the same day, and it is raining. I don't remember it being raining previously. Yes, sir. I think I have changed it so that the T command actually works. So if you want to try !T, maybe that should bring up the menu and let me know what I should brew next. There you go. Mayuri. Oh, interesting. There is no sound from the voice. Okay. No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. Mayuri is standing in front of a grave, gazing at the sky. The grave belongs to her grandmother, who died when Mayuri was 11 years old. Okay. Her parents were always busy with work, so her grandmother was her only companion. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me too. At the wake, I expected Mayuri to break down and cry. She didn't. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. 6 months went by. I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. Every day, rain or shine, she would stand for hours before the grave, staring wordlessly at the sky as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. Oh, is that why she does the whole sky thing, like stars looking thing before as well? Let's have a double dose of juniper mint today. You got it, sir. I always start stream with a fresh pot of tea, so this might be somewhere in the middle of the stream when I get to do juniper mint. And yes, teas, Lenia, teas. In her hand, an old pocket watch. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting the grave. Oh, it's just very low. There we go. I heard him. No matter how many times I called her name, Mayuri did not answer. Back then, Mayuri wouldn't talk to anyone, not to me, not even to her parents. Whenever I saw her standing there, staring at the sky, I felt unease grip my heart. Her gaze was so earnest, her intentions so pure, that I feared some power might grant her wish and carry her off to heaven to join her beloved grandmother. And so, to ensure that nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I would stand next to the sky-gazing Mayuri and call her name. Mayuri. Oh. But no matter how many times I'd call her, Mayuri wouldn't reply. The only sound in the lonely cemetery was the echo of my voice calling her name. It was raining that day too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast of the umbrella's color, the sky was glazed gray, covered in clouds. After a while, the rain stopped. Rays of light shone through gaps in the clouds, a stunningly beautiful sight. Rembrandt's rays, they are called, or sometimes the angel's ladder, or as one of my friends called them, God's fingers. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the cemetery. It caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it to the sky. Mayuri seemed not to notice. She kept staring at the sky. And then, slowly, so very slowly, she stretched her hand out to the sky. Oh, as if to grasp the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. And then she lifted herself on her toes. To me, it looked as if she were floating up towards heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. In retrospect, my fears were just a childish fantasy, but at the time, I truly believed that Mayuri might vanish. Oh, is that why they call like their relationship is like the hostage? Like, I'm doing air quotes, right? I realized how embarrassing the words coming from my own mouth were. There we go. It was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Mayuri and I were fans of a popular TV series about costumed heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now, I was doing it to hide my embarrassment. Oh my god, so this is how it all started. I could feel my face growing red, but I kept up the mad scientist act all the same. If nothing else, it was better than admitting my insecurities. As I said this, I realized that Mayuri was shaking. Yeah, 중이병 roots. Oh, my Yuri. She whispered. It was the first time in 6 months that I had heard her speak. Her voice was choked with tears. She smiled happily. Tears fell from her eyes. And then Mayuri buried her face in my chest. Where am I? Who am I? I can't see, I can barely think. A terrible screech fills my head, like feedback from a giant speaker. It penetrates my brain like 100 sharp needles stabbing me right behind the eyes. I thought brains weren't supposed to feel pain. And there's more. I feel a shiver of pleasure beneath the pain and a terrible itching, like my body is on fire. Okabe. I want to crack open my skull and tear out my brain. I want to scrape out my soft gray matter with my fingers and eat it. The assault on my brain is driving me crazy. Who am I? Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. I slowly come back to my senses. Do you remember? I'm in the lab, standing in front of the phone wave named Subject to Change with my cell phone to my ear. No, not the phone wave named Subject to Change. Since headgear is attached to it, it's the time leap machine. It's hard to breathe. Give me oxygen. I hear a low, wheezing groan and realize it's coming from my own throat. I close my mouth and take a deep breath. The insides of my throat feel like they're burning. I resist the urge to cough and continue filling my lungs with air. I notice that I'm drenched in sweat. The drops sliding down my forehead are annoying. I try to wipe them away with the back of my right hand. My hand obeys, slowly. Something is off. It's like my own body and my mind aren't totally in sync with each other. Almost as if this isn't really my body. As if my nerves aren't communicating properly with my extremities. I try blinking slowly. This might just be my imagination. Could this be exhaustion? I haven't slept much lately. I try to move my hand again. There's no disconnect this time. This is my body. Christina. A familiar voice. I turn around slowly. Kurisu is there. She stares at me perplexed. What is she talking about? Hi Sam, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. This is how are you? How was your stream? You were playing Sekiro when I started, I think. Did you end up playing something else? And let me give her a quick shout out. Yeah. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. How was it? Sekiro is a super cool game and one that you will never see on my channel. It's a I admire people who play it. It's pretty incredible. The coordination. But this is Steins Gate. It's a visual novel and we're just chilling and reading and going through a sort of mindfuckery right now, if you would. I don't have any better ways of describing Steins Gate at the moment. At least until Sekiro the visual novel comes out. Fair? I don't know if I would play even if it's retrograde amnesia though. But yes, it seems like, given my track record, retrograde amnesia is like a must in all the games that I play. I never know who I am, where I came from, what do I want to do. But that's alright. Alright. So Christina is obviously, Chris is obviously very concerned about us as we suddenly start screaming in the middle of nowhere. Ooh, truck. I try answering, but my voice doesn't work too well. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times.
そうだったらさっさと出かける準備しなさいよ。買い出し行くんでしょ。
買い出し
For what? I search my memories. The moment I do, images appear in my mind like a string of exploding light bulbs.
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。もう大丈夫だね。
I don't want to see my Yuri dead again. Please don't. Can we not do this? Oh, I'm gonna get heartbroken. No. She probably died in our reality too. Kurisu. I remember now. I used a time leap machine.
未来の記憶を思い出すのよ。
That's right. What am I standing around for?
ここはどこだ。
は？
I grab Kurisu's shoulder and pull her close.
今は何時だ。何月何日の何時何分だ。
痛い。落ち着け。
落ち着いていられるか。買い出しって言ったろ。
Which shopping trip is she talking about? Dadu is sitting at his computer, staring at us wide-eyed.
ダル、今日は何日だ。今は何時なんだ。
13日の5時ちょっと過ぎだけど。
So same day. The 13th, a little past 5. Friday the 13th, you guys. I didn't notice this previously. Hey Rufus! Welcome back. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Happy Friday. Yeah, of course. Enjoy lunch. I hope you're having a good, yummy sandwich today. Did I manage to time leap in the middle of all that chaos? Did my memories really jump through time? Does that mean I've leapt into my past self? Is there a chance that it was all a dream? No, just leftover pizza is good enough for now. What kind of pizza? I'm sorry, when you bring up food to me, I will talk about food. It's a tendency. I must know what you're eating. Thinking back, forward, it doesn't seem real. Commandos breaking into the lab. It's like something out of a Hollywood movie. But a sight of Mayuri, broken and bloody, is burned into my eyes. I remember the smell of the blood, the sound of the gunshot, the weight of the headgear on my head, the pain of the bullet tearing through my arm, Kurisu screaming, Suzuha fighting to defend us. I remember it all vividly. I touched my arm. No bullet holes, no pain, even. Was it all a dream? I don't know. I've never time leaped before. I can only hope that it was a dream. A future like that is too much to bear. I recall Mayuri's last moments and my eyes fill with tears. I forced the tide of emotion back. I look around the lab. Kurisu and Daru are here, but I can't find Mayuri.
どこってルカシのところに行くってさっき言ってたじゃんか。オカリン聞いてなかったん？
That's right. Mayuri went to beg Lukako to wear her costume. She won't return until it's time for the party. What do I do? What do I believe? Was it a dream or was it real? If it was a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. If it was real, then I need to act now. Speaking of which, I don't have my guide up. Give me 1 second. I need the true end guide. Steins Gate. We're in chapter 5, 6. I don't even know. Let's see. This will help me. No, we're in chapter 6. Okay, let's go. I took a deep breath.
あれは夢だったんだ。あんなの現実に起きるはずがない。
It was a nightmare brought on by anxiety, that's all. There's no other logical explanation. I desperately persuade myself that it's so. Little do I know that I will soon regret my foolishness. Oh dear. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, every time in previous times when we've sent, a D-mail, it alters the convergence percentage or divergence percentage. But this time, when we time leaped, we didn't see a divergence percentage, right? So I guess it really depends on whether or not we decide to change any course of action in the past. Kurisu goes shopping alone. I stay in the lab with Daru, so that's different already. Waiting for Mayuri to return. I'm so happy. The time leap doesn't alter divergence in these cases. Okay, got it. I'm just so relieved to see Mayuri again. An innocent smile. Mayuri is alive. Nothing will happen to her this time. I was worried for nothing. When Suzuha arrives, we begin the meeting. I've heard these words before. Deja vu, a trick of the mind. The happy music that will never last long. I know, right, Snazzle? Welcome in. How are you today? Deja vu. The feeling of having experienced something before despite not having actually experienced it. It feels like you are recalling a genuine past experience as opposed to an imagined experience or a dream. However, you are unable to recall when and where that experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strangeness. The cause of deja vu has yet to be determined. One theory is that it is a physiological phenomenon caused by a temporary desynchronization of the recollection and storage functions of memory. This cause is theorized to be spasms in the brain's parahippocampal gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity.
どうか何か用事でもあったのか
フェリスちゃんは今日はライネットの大会
That's the same thing. Ninet.
しまった。応援行きそびれた。
It's word to word.
あとね、ルカちゃんはなんだか恥ずかしそうにしてたよ。
ここに来たらまたマヨリのコスを着させられるって思ったんじゃない？
It's just like my dream. I've never remembered a dream this vividly before. I remember every word that was spoken.
コスプレの件かもしかしてまだ説得できていないのか
恥ずかしいんだって。可愛いは正義なのに。
可愛いは正義ってそんな言葉が流行ってるんだ。
クリスちゃんもね、可愛いよね。
Oh.
え？
Okay, if they need to run, they need to run before the subway cuts off, right?
ねえねえ、今度のコミマに出てみない？
It felt like earlier when it didn't feel like we were given a choice, but had I decided to flip open my phone during that time, could I have theoretically called Mayuri? Or was it sort of forcing us to not do anything and experience it again? Okay.
新作は無理だよね。
I could have?
去年作ったブラチューのセイラ覚醒後バージョンコスがあるんだ。多分ね、 サイズはクリスちゃんにちょうど合うと思うし。
Well, I guess we learned something. But it doesn't change anything. Okay.
私がコスプレか。
You'd be cute, Kurisu.
興味ある。あ、でも私も人前に出るのはお断りだから。
着るだけでいいよ。でもね、そのうちみんなに見てもらいたくなるよ。コスプレにはそうさせる魔物さんが住んでるんだ。
It changes if I call Lukako. Oh.
そういえばクリスちゃんっていつも可愛い制服着てるよね。でもこんな制服都内にあったっけ？
うん、これ？
Yeah, I'm reading the guide from the wiki, and it is awfully confusing, but we will try our best. And if I screw up, we'll load and fix it. But
2週間だけあやめ院に逆留学みたいなことしてたんだけど、そこの制服を改造してきてるの。
ああ、あやめ院なんだ。あそこの制服もともと可愛いもんね。でもクリスちゃんの改造センスはね、すごくいいかも。
isn't it cool? It's like a tunnel. Doesn't it look like a tunnel? Like their eye patterns? Yeah, I really like the art of the original visual novel. I think it's very cool.
明日コス持ってくるね。そしたら試着してくれる？
Oh yeah, the color is like the sand and the sea. That's good. That's a good interpretation.
いいわ。
撮影会は何時からですか？
And giant Daru. God, he's my favorite.
相変わらず橋田は変態道を邁進中だな。
だってブラチューのセーラっしょ？あれって確かパンモロだぞ。
パンモロ？
It's the same conversation as last time.
パンツがもろに見えているの略。
嘘。
大丈夫だよ。クリスちゃんは知らないかもだけどね、去年ぐらいにこんな言葉が流行ったんだよ。パンツじゃないから恥ずかしくないもんって。
日本終わってた。
絶対来てね。絶対だよ。やめといた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp. She's scowling at Kurisu again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes. Are we gonna go through this again? I remember this too. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Yup, I remember this.
痛い目に遭うよ。
それどういう意味？この前から思ってたんだけど、私あなたに何かした？
直接は何も。でも私、君のしたこと全部知ってんだよね。
何よ、私がしたことって。後ろめたいことは何もしてない。
だろうね。でも私知ってんだから。君の本質ってのをさ。
へえ、すごい。私の心の中を覗いたんだ。画期的な発明だから、ぜひその独身装置を見せてもらいたいもんだわ。
装置なんてないよ。強いて言うなら予言。
つまり言いがかりってことか。
事実だってば。
Alright, girls, come on. Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes. I remember this. Should I listen to Mayuri's plea like I did in the dream? Knowing that I can't stop the fight, should I just let Mayuri handle it instead? I don't know. I can't move a muscle. Mayuri pouts, then goes over to the two girls.
二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。仲良くしようよ。
And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna react the same. Mayuri is the one with the true powers here. Always. And the dreamy music. Daru comes over to chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Kurisu is in the development room, making a call, probably to her mother in America. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping Dr. P. When is the TV notification going to come on? But I can't pay attention to what I see on the screen. It doesn't enter my head. Mayuri sits down next to me. She peels a banana and begins eating it.
ねえねえ、オカリン。
I'm like getting PTSD right now.
なんだかね、ここ何週間ですごく
Oh
賑やかになっ
God.
たね。
Stop it. Why are you saying the same things as in that terrible dream? It was a dream. It has to be a dream.
楽しいね。
Mayuri smiles happily, not noticing my lack of a reply.
あのね、ラボメンが8人に増えたでしょ。ちょっと狭くなってきたなってマユシーは思うんだ。
And she's gonna talk about getting chairs.
椅子が足りないのです。買ってこなくちゃだよ。オカリンはお金ある？
I shake my head wordlessly. For some reason, I'm afraid to look Mayuri in the face.
じゃあマユシーのバイト代もちょっと出していいよ。あとはね、電子レンジ新しいの買わないとジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンが温められないよ。オカリン、大丈夫？元気ないよ。
いや、
体調良くないのかな。だったらね、休まなきゃ。横になる？膝枕してあげるよ。
You know, I feel like the parallel in this game is so well written. You know how in the beginning they were talking about, not in the beginning, but like in one of the dreams that we had, maybe the first dream that we had, it was just like, you know, we were running, what is it, within the event horizon and towards like a definite destiny, like future of becoming a jellyman. It's almost as if it's the same thing right now. Like Okabe is sitting here and time is progressing towards a future that is, he knows what's gonna happen, and time drags on as he try desperately to hold on to things.
そんな恥ずかしいことを。
What is that? Yep, there we go. Before I can finish, the television interrupts me with an urgent news bulletin. The subtitle reads, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihin Tohoku lines.
爆破テロ予告？
つうか全部秋葉原駅通ってるじゃん。 マユシ帰れないんじゃね？
本当だ。
This is the other shoe. Oh my gosh.
嘘だろ。
It's the same. Every last thing the same.
岡部倫太郎、一つ聞かせて。
It was a dream.
タイムリープマシンは完成してるんだよね。
It had to be a dream. But if it was a dream, then why?
聞いてる？
タイムリープマシンは完成してるけど。
そっか。私、用事思い出したからちょっと出かけてくる。
Suzuha leaves the lab without another word.
彼女。
Does she know what's about to happen? Yes, she does. Probably something in the history books. Nothing's going to happen. The break-in was a dream. But no matter how hard I try to convince myself of that, I can't shake the icy hand clutching my heart. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. I remember this feeling too from the dream. Did I choose wrong? Was I granted a second chance only to let it go to waste? A soft feeling against my fingers. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written in her face. I reflexively look towards the door. If the dream wasn't a dream, then any second now. Oh no. It happens exactly as I remember. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are swift and sure, professional. And each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons at us. I recognize each of them. There's no denying it now. I did a leap through time, and it was the future I remembered. I was supposed to change this present to stop the madness about to unfold. But I told myself that it was a dream and wasted my chance to save everyone. Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt. The men say nothing. Why didn't I do anything to change this? Wasn't that why I leapt through time? The sounds of heels echoes down the hallway. A woman is coming up the stairs. Kiryu Moika. The woman who will kill Mayuri. The dream was real. Those were memories of the future. This is happening because I did nothing to stop it.
萌香さん、これって。
タイムマシンを回収させてもらう。
If I kill her first, will Mayuri live? I consider the option but soon give up. The real danger is the men behind her. 3 of them have assault rifles. They'll gun us down the instant I try anything. My only hope is Suzuha to make her move before Mayuri is shot. Is there even a chance?
牧瀬クリス、岡部倫太郎、橋田至、3名については我々と一緒に来てもらう。抵抗は許されない。とにかく来て。
どこへ？
I have no words.
せめて理由と行き先を教えてほしいんだけど。拒否することは認めない。あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。私たちの仲間は すでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。手荒な真似はしたくない。3人とも一緒に来て。
なんで3人なの？
何を聞かれても答えるつもりはない。あなたたちはただついてくればいい。
ねえ、萌香さんはラボメン仲間だよね。
In reply, Moika pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us. It's happening again.
一緒に来てもらうのはあなたたちの口を封じるため。それは拒否しても変わらない。3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上拒否するなら嫌でも行きたくなるようにするから。
Moika slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at.
椎名真由里は必要ない。
I try to shout stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. I turn to Kurisu for help. Kurisu is staring at Mayuri. She looks as if she might start crying at any second. I turn to Daru. He's shaking. His lips move as if to speak, but nothing comes out. Someone, anyone, please, stop her. Stop Moika.
セルのために FP のためにセルのために FP の。
Same thing. Her lips close tightly. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Time slows to a crawl. Moika pulled the trigger. Blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashes across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. I catch her. Her body is limp, like a puppet with no strings. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose, and then the smell of blood. Dadu clutches his head and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. In my arms, Mayuri takes one long, ragged breath. And then... Yeah. I know, right, Rufus? She's dead. Mayuri's dead. Again. Her face is covered in blood. Her blood stains my hand. It's warm.
もう一度言う。3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上の警告はしない。抵抗するならあなたたちも殺す。
I hear a voice. But I can't comprehend what it's saying. It's the same. I knew it would be. I let Mayuri die again because I didn't believe my own memories of the future. I lay Mayuri down on the floor. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm so sorry. I stand up. Rage takes hold of me once again. I'm helpless to resist. I take one menacing step towards Moika. Kurisu grabs my hand before I can take another. Moika's gun is aimed at my head. Her finger is already on the trigger.
俺も殺すのかよ。
抵抗するなら
岡部お願い今は従ってこのままじゃあんたも殺される
I grit my teeth and suppress my anger. Just then, something small and round strikes Moika's gun hand. Let's go, Suzuha! To the rescue, she drops her gun. At her feet lies a small stone. The next events transpire exactly as I remember. Suzuha appears in the doorway, knocking down the first man before anyone can react. She then proceeds to dispatch the remaining men with a series of swift, precise maneuvers.
こいつ
The dark-skinned man, the last one standing, takes aim at Suzuha with his assault rifle. But before he can fire, Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gun and shoots him. Blood spurts from the man's hand. Without stopping, Suzuha delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to the man's jaw.
そこまでよ
Moika and Suzuha point their guns at each other. A standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room.
何者
42
She glances at me.
テレビ
This time, I already know what she means.
戦闘済み
I make a break for the development room.
動くな
それはこっちのセリフ
Kurisu is right behind me. I grab the headgear and jam it on my head without a moment's hesitation.
岡部私が
俺が飛ぶ。
でももし失敗したら
設定を頼む。
There's no time to argue. I grab Mode Snake from the shelf. Kurisu bites her lips and starts setting up the X68000.
殺せ使わせるな
Before the crew cut man enters the development room, I push the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see.
岡部本当にいいのタイムリープしてもいいのね
やれクリス。マシンを動かせ。
And we go back again. I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge is starting. The light rapidly grows brighter. The floor begins to shake. The singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset steady with one hand. This is reality. It wasn't a dream. I burn that fact into my mind as I prepare to time leap. One more chance. The shaking begins.
もう一度飛んでくれ。
Once more, the world explodes into light. Alright. So we're not going that far, right? Yeah, it's the same time that I had written down last time. I can't hear. It feels like something is crushing my eardrums. Slowly, the shattered pieces of the world return. Of the world reform. My body convulses as if struck by lightning. I am Okabe Rintaro. I'm in the lab development room, standing in front of the time leap machine with my phone to my ear. My brain hurts again. This isn't like a headache, it's somehow deeper. With the pain comes a torrent of emotions, sorrow, longing, hope, joy, that threatens to wash away my psyche. However, only one thing matters.
また飛べた。
It worked again. I quickly returned to the lounge. All right, this time we gotta call somebody. I almost crashed into Kurisu.
脅かすなよ。
誰？今は13日の5時前か。
そうだけど。
Alright, time leap successful. I pat Kurisu on the shoulders, almost in an embrace.
お前は天才だ。
What a fun story. I know, right? I like the fact that they have been abbreviating things in the repeat. That's nice, but enough of it remains intact so that you get to sense the sort of impatient as well as fear of Okabe. I scramble for my phone. All right, ads are gonna start, so we're gonna let ads run for 3 minutes, and then we come back and we will call somebody and hopefully change the past. All right, so get up, get some water, stretch a little bit, and I'll see you on the other side. Did I get everyone back from the ad lords? I hope so. I need to like figure out how Twitch ad works. It's the most confusing thing ever, in my opinion. The ad lords, exactly. Did I make the tea? No, I didn't actually really make a dent with my toasted barley yet, but I assume with Steins Gate, with the amount of reading that I'm gonna be doing, I would definitely be making more tea. My name did come from the tea, yes. And have fun, Rufus. I will try not to scream. Have a wonderful nap, if that's what you're doing. All right, we're scrambling for our phone. Does that mean that we are attempting to change the past? So, what are my choices? I don't even get to choose. What? Game, why are you like this? Okay, fine. How many times do I need to go through this? Oh, the dramatic music of us reaching voicemail. It went to voicemail? I know, right? I hang up. I look at my watch again. It's just past 5. Thank God for the time leap machine. It made me shiver to imagine what would have happened without it. I have 3 hours until Moeka kills Mayuri. Everything is going to be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akiba. We can go to Ikebukuro. Wait, what if they're watching her house? Maybe we should hop the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Anyway, we're fine as long as Moeka doesn't find her today. Today? I mean, they're gonna track you down. So first, I need to find Mayuri. Is it show with Rukako? You look kinda crazy. How is that different from any other day, Kurisu? Kurisu and Daru look at me with concern. Kurisu, you're not catching on. Girl, come on. I checked my wallet. I only have 9,000 yen and some change. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have. Kurisu shrugs her shoulders, dumbfounded. I don't have time to answer her. I slip beside her and dash out of the lab. But Kurisu catches on very quickly. Remember the last few times when we sent D-mail and traveled through time? She's like the one who's like, oh. Right? And of all the times when it actually mattered, she's not catching on. I ran full speed to Yanabayashi's shrine. Naturally, I have to stop for breath before I get more than a few blocks. The sun is setting, but the temperature still hasn't dropped below 30. Sweat quickly covers my entire body. I'm not good at exercise in the first place. I finally staggered through the archway. Now I regret not borrowing Suzuha's bicycle. But no, there wasn't time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I run to the courtyard where I find Rukako standing alone with her bamboo broom.
Rukako!
She bows her head.
どうしたんです？
参りはどうだ？
まゆりちゃんだったら、もう帰りましたけど。
帰った。
はい。
There wasn't an option to call Luca beforehand.
後でまゆりちゃんにごめんなさいって伝えてくれませんか？
He turned down to cosplay. He didn't want to.
僕、やっぱりどうしてもコスプレはできませんって断っちゃって。
Okay.
まゆりちゃんを悲しませたくはなかったんですけど、やっぱり人前に出るのは恥ずかしくて。
Oh. I finally catch my breath. I don't have time to listen to Lukaku's apologies.
参りは帰ったんだな。
あ、はい。
That doesn't make sense. I know she comes to the lab around 6:30. It's still 5:30. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get to the lab. So what was she doing for the extra 40 minutes? We don't have time for this.
本当に帰ったのか？どこかへ寄るとは言っていなかったか？
いえ、聞いてませんけど。岡部さん、一体何が？
もしまゆりがここに戻ってきたら、すぐに俺に電話するように伝えるんだ。
はい。
I better check the lab. We might have missed each other. Well, don't you have like Kuri's number, who's also in the lab, and Daru? Okay, anyway. When I get back to the lab, nobody's there but Daru. Did Kurisu go shopping by herself? You can choose to call only for the first time leap in order for other scene to happen. Oh. I see. Okay. So I guess now it's just otherwise repeating of the scene happening. Okay. And then, I mean, this is the second time we've time lapped already, right? And so in this case, I guess the game had made a decision for us to call Mayuri. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. I call out to him as he's ordering pizza on the computer. Pizza.
参りは帰ってきてるか？
え？
Eh. What time is it? Do we know time?
どこへ？
Don't know time. I take a bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge and chug it down. The cold, sparkling liquid wets my parched throat and drives the heat away. Now I can think, but I still can't relax. Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death.
オカリンさ、さっきからなんでそんなピリピリしてるん？
参りの居場所を知らないか？
だからルカシのところっしょ？
いなかった。帰った後だった。
I start to pace in irritation.
じゃあ他のレイヤー仲間のところとか。
そのレイヤー仲間の連絡先を教えろ。
Ferris is the other one?
いや、知らんし。
Damn, it's easy to forget since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside of the lab. May Queen and the shrine, that's about it. I have no idea where she might be. May Queen doesn't exist on this world line.
ああ、そういえば。
But Ferris exists.
何か知っているのか？
け 携帯の電源が切れそうとか言ってたような気がする。
Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even be noticing my phone calls.
なあ、一体どうしたん？
誰？なぜここに残っている？今すぐラボを離れろと言ったはずだ。
I sit down on the sofa. I feel the weight of stress on my shoulders and in my bones.
理由もなしにそんなこと言われてもわけわからんつうか、一体何が始まるんですみたいな。
マユリが殺される。
は？
セルンが本気を出してきたんだ。あと2時間で奴らは襲撃をかけてくる。だからお前は逃げろ。
え、マジ？
クリスと連絡を取れるか。あいつにもそう伝えるんだ。
Should have done that. That took like 10 seconds to say.
あと2時間って、なんでオカリンはそれを知ってるわけよ。
Daru pauses for a moment. He looks towards the development room where the time leap machine is sitting.
まさか使ったん？
I nod gravely. I kick Daru out of the lab and send him home. He promised to call Kurisu for me and tell her to stay at her hotel. You really think that'd be safe? But a few minutes later, she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I manage to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. I thought about looking for her, but it's too risky. We couldn't miss each other like we did at the shrine. Better to wait here in front of the building. While waiting, I try to convince myself that everything will be okay. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about an hour before Moika's attack. In an hour, we could ride the bullet train from Tokyo Station to Shizuoka. Okay, my bad. Is that the best plan? Maybe we should get off at Yokohama and lay low in a hotel for a while. I can think about what comes next after Mayuri's safe. The time leap machine doesn't matter. Moika can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. Sweat accumulates on my forehead and rolls down my face. Hurry back, Mayuri.
あれ？
Startled, I turn towards the voice. Suzuha and Mr. Braun have emerged from the Braun Tube workshop. I see them lock the door. Guess they're closing up shop. That's right, I forgot about Suzuha.
岡部倫太郎、そこで何してんの？
いや。
That reminds me. During the attack, she took down 5 armed commandos in the blink of an eye. I still can't believe it. Where does an 18-year-old girl learn to move like that? And then there was her strange behavior immediately before the attack. She left as soon as she heard about the bomb threat, almost as if she knew something was going to happen. And finally, there's that business with her father. Everything about her is a mystery. Where's my mouse? Uh-oh. Who is Amane Suzuha, a time traveler from the future? I'm willing to bet.
あ、わかっちゃった。今日宴会やるらしいから、その準備でしょ？
それを誰から聞いた？
I also suspect that she's John Titor. Just because she is so sure that the John Titor on at channel is not her father. But beyond that, I don't have any source of proof.
椎名真由里、さっき顔見せて、ぜひ来てねって言ってたよ。つうわけで、私もお邪魔することに。
ダメだ!
Can you imagine Like you're like, oh, can I come to the party? And the person like literally starts crying. Like, no, don't. Please, I beg you.
もしかして私邪魔だった？
That's not true. You're not. You're a lifesaver.
まあ私もラボ面にしてもらったとはいえ所詮は部外者だしね。
そうじゃなくてだな。
だよ岡部。
He's just like watching this unfold. Oh my goodness.
バイトも仲間に入れてやれ。おめえはこいつに借りがあるんだろ。こいつのへそのおかげでおめえらがビル揺らすのも一応許してやったんだからな。
へそっておーい。
Suzuha has recovered her jacket. She's properly dressed now.
このバイトなかなかいいへそだったぜ。腹回りがしっかり鍛えてあってキュッと引き締まってたな。
エロ親父、本人前にして語らないでよ。
今日の宴会は中止だ。だからバイト選手よ。悪いが今日は帰ってくれ。
中止なの？
ああ、すまない。
Where does she even live? I attempt a smile, but with little hope of success.
岡部、何をしてんのかともかく、いざとなったら無茶だけはすんなよ。
Oh, he cares. It's weird to have him give me advice. I thought he was just a dirty old man who loved CRTs. Maybe he's sharper than I thought. Or maybe he's just telling me to stop shaking the building.
マユリと喧嘩をしましてね。ちょっと参ってるんです。それだけですよ。
That's the best lie I can manage.
あ、じゃあまずいんじゃない？
Blood?
だってほら、あそこに。
Suzuha points across the street. I turn to look. To my surprise, there's Mayuri walking up the street with a big bag. When she notices us, she waves her hand with a ditzy smile. Mayuri!
あれ？喧嘩したんじゃないの？すごい笑顔だけど。
I ignore Suzuha and run to Mayuri. The clock on my phone says 6:33.
ちょっと、どうしたのよ？
I wasted precious time talking to Suzuha. No, it's not wasted. Come on, let's go. Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far away from Akiba as we can.
オカリ、そんなに急いでどこ行くの？
I ignore her question and grab her hand.
走れ、駅に行く。
待って、荷物が。
構うな。とにかく走るのだ。
なんで？
いいから走ってくれ。
Let's go. I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her. I will not. Mayuri gives no further resistance. A truly good hostage, isn't she? She follows obediently, quickly matching my pace. I forgot that she's faster on her feet than I am.
どこ行くの？
そうだな。とりあえず、つくばが横浜あたりに。
I'm already gasping for air. Mayuri, however, might as well be strolling along for all the difficulty she's having. How can she be so ditzy yet so athletic at the same time? Not exactly mutually exclusive. The sun has already set, but the sky is still a mix of indigo and orange. We run through streets lit by dazzling shops. Everything will be fine once we make it on the train. I hold this thought in my head as we run. I'm already exhausted. Mayuri practically has to drag me along to keep going.
少しね休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな。
いや
No.
電車に乗るまでは走り続けろ。
I do my best to keep up the pace.
でもねオカリンすごい汗だよ。運動苦手なのにね無理すると。
When we reach the station, I realize that something is wrong. The station is packed, seriously packed. You don't see this many people even at rush hour. Have they already shut down the train? The crowd's milling around the entrance. For some reason, it looks like no one is going in. What's going on here? Protest? Some kind of a street performance? I don't have time for this. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA.
現在山手線、京浜東北線、総武線すべて運転を見合わせております。お急ぎのお客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけしておりますが、何卒ご理解のほど。
Finally, I realized my mistake. That's right. Before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there are so many people standing around. In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot. How could I have been so stupid? I don't know, Okabe.
どうしたんだろうね。
All of the train lines are stopped. We can't escape Akiba. What about other means of public transportation? The subway or the bus? Should we go to another station? I turn around and head back the way we came, keeping a firm grip on Mayuri's hand. But before we get more than a few steps, a man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way. I realize that we're surrounded.
岡部倫太郎だな。
A low voice. A face I've never seen. He's now one of the 5 who broke into the lab.
オカリンこの人たち知り合い？
Mayuri grips my arm tightly as she looks anxiously at the men.
一緒に来てもらおうか。
誰だ？
Instead of answering, the man makes a grab for my arm. I jerk away and try to escape, but the men move to block us again.
抵抗するな、殺す。
セルンか？
They're with Moika? She must have planned this. She must have planned for this in advance. A chill runs up my spine. We made a terrible mistake when we hacked into CERN. I realize that now, though it's too far too late.
これだけ大勢の人がいる中で殺せるのか？
冗談だと思わない方がいい。
I feel something cold against my back. I don't realize what it is at first. Then it hit me. A gun. I gulp. My blood goes cold. Am I going to die here? Will my time leaping be for naught? No, I can't give up. I won't let Mayuri die. I won't accept that future. But how do I get out of this? The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. The situation is quickly becoming chaotic. Suddenly, a fight breaks out nearby. It looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. Oh gosh, a stampede. This could be our chance. A tide of people surges into us, knocking the man behind me off balance. Now. I quickly turn and strike the man's hand aside. His gun falls away. Then the man gets swallowed by the crowd.
マユリ、逃げるぞ！
I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. We have to fight our way through the crowd, but that also thwarts our pursuers. As soon as we reach the main street, we start running back towards the lab. Of course, we can't return to the lab itself. Moika's group will be there shortly. Is the subway still running? Can we get on that Suehirocho station? We can take the Ginza line to Shibuya. From there, we can grab a train heading out of Tokyo. That's a new song. I still haven't recovered from my exhaustion. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. We can't stop now. I have to keep running. It doesn't take long before a new obstacle appears. 4 men walking together up ahead suddenly stop and turn to face us. I've got a bad feeling about this. They don't look like otaku. Are they with CERN too? My fears are confirmed when the 4 men start walking towards us, arms spread to block the street. No doubt about it, they're after us too. I turn to flee back towards the station. There I see the first group of men closing in behind us. We're trapped. Enemies are both sides. There's only one choice. I grab Mayuri and make for the nearby side street. And Mayuri is getting tired. I'm trying to get to Suehirocho station without using the main streets. But as we pass UPX, several men on the bridge point at us and shout something. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have? We turn back and change course. Talking while running uses up all my breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, making it hard to see. Before I finish, I catch sight of another group of men waiting for us up ahead. I look back. The group from before is chasing us. We're surrounded by enemies. The familiar streets of Akiba are filled with agents of CERN. I recall what Moika said. Despair seizes my heart. Is escape impossible? We're just kids playing at science in the safety of our own little tiny lab. Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. Were we doomed from the start? No matter what, we must get away. Leading Mayuri by the hand, I push my way through the crowd, then jump the fence onto the road. Let's go. Oh! Oh no. Well, that's a flashing red. That's not good. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. I come to a stop several meters away. My body is racked with intense pain. Oh, Kabe. A red curtain covers my eyes. I try to brush it off, and my hand comes away slick with blood. I grip my teeth against the pain and lift my head. Mayuri is lying on the pavement a few meters away. I reach out to her. Oh no, is she dead? No response. Mayuri is motionless. No. Did the impact kill her? This can't be happening. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up. The door opens and out steps Moika? Yup. Kiri Moika. Her again. She knew the exact moment to be here in order to run over poor Mayuri.
岡部君。いえ、岡部倫太郎は確保。
She's talking to someone on her phone. Has she been tracking us this whole time?
警察に連絡して。椎名真由里が死んだ。
She looks down at me with eyes cold enough to freeze my blood.
なんで殺すんだ。
あなたが逃げるからよ。
Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at Moika. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. I stand up and look around. Moika is dazed and unable to stand, but I see certain agents making their way towards us through the crowd. I've got to get out of here. I take a step. A sharp pain stabs through my body. The crash must have broken a bone in my leg. It doesn't matter. I have to get to the lab and time leap again. That's the only way to save Mayuri. I look back at the site of the accident. Moika is slowly regaining her feet, but Mayuri remains limp and motionless on the road. It breaks my heart to leave Mayuri lying there, but I have no choice. I have to go. Back to the lab. Fighting the pain of my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back to the lab. Surprisingly, Cern's men didn't chase me. Nobody's at the lab when I arrive. Only the lights are still on. Relieved that Kurisu and Daru haven't returned, I head straight to the development room. Is this still there? I remember to break into the Brontube workshop to turn on the 42-inch CRT. My body is drenched in sweat, and I can't stop shivering. Everything hurts, especially my right side, where the car hit me. If I'm not careful, I might lose consciousness. My vision is blurry, it's hard to focus. My left arm is numb and can barely move. But still, I force myself to activate the X68000 and input the settings. I'm gasping for breath like a wounded animal. The sound of my heartbeat fills my ears. Mayuri. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I'm sorry, Mayuri, I'm sorry. Choking back my tears, I frantically pound on the keyboard. Police sirens echo in the distance. Moika hit Mayuri in front of hundreds of witnesses. They'll probably take her in for questioning. Even if Cern bails her out somehow, she should be stuck for at least a couple of hours. The real problem is her men. Those mercenaries, or whatever they were, Cern's hit squad. Why didn't they come after me? It should have been easy for them to catch me, injured as I am. Yeah, interesting. I don't understand either. I need to hurry. If they show up here, they'll kill me for sure. Settings complete. I put on the headgear. I'll get blood on it, but that doesn't matter. A surge of anxiety washes over me. What if the time leap fails? What if my memories are corrupted? I might forget who I am. I might lose myself. Should I really use the machine?
当たり前だ。
当たり前だろう. I curse my weakness.
真由里が死んだんだぞ。
This can't be allowed to happen. No risk is too great. I will save Mayuri, whatever it takes. I alone have the power to change the past. What am I waiting for? Swallowing my fear, I activate the time leap machine. Let's go. Third time's the charm, hopefully. We're back to the same time. No, we're back a little earlier, 1617. Just writing this down. Mayuri got hit by car. Moika. Okay, so this is jump number 3. A screeching in my ears. Needle stabbing into my brain, 1,000 emotions flooding my senses. The world bends, pulses, and then returns to normal. The pain of my wounds have vanished like magic, replaced by a piercing pain in my brain. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. I'm sitting on a sofa with my phone to my ear. Another successful time leap. That makes 3. It looks like the time leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Kurisu's confidence if I told her. But that will have to wait until Mayuri's out of danger. I stand up and look around the lab.
Mayuri wa?
Kurisu, who was dozing off next to me, wakes up with a jerk at the sound of my voice.
大声出さないでよ。徹夜明けなんだから少し休ませろ。
Mayuriはどこだ？
いきなりなんぞ？マユシならルカシのところ行くって言ってたじゃん。
Alright, please tell me that we can call Rukako. Damn, she already left? Can we call now? Address book. Rukako. Alright, I guess not. I should call or send mail. Alright, let's check our little handy dandy. Can I call now? Hold on. Try now? Ah, okay, so we need like the game to prompt us in a way. Ruka! Please don't be voicemail. Okay, good.
Rukako, 俺だ。岡部だ。
Thank you, Maki.
岡部さん、どうしたんです？
そこにMayuriはいるか？いたら代わってくれ。
Keep her there.
はい、ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Good. Please.
トゥットゥルー、マユシーです。オカリンどうしたの？
Finally, I managed to get a hold of Mayuri. This will give us hours to spare.
お前今どこだ？柳林神社か？
I mean, of course.
今からそっちに行く。いいか？絶対にそこから動くなよ。
なんで？
一体何の騒ぎ？
If I look at the same guide you're thinking about, you will see that line that was before the branch was exactly I should call or send mail. Maybe that helps with the flowchart. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to read it because... No. It's all good, Maki. It's all fine. Because we're trying to... I'm basically gunning for the true end. So it's all fine. I'm I'm not super strict when it comes to no backseating. Just no spoilers is all that I ask. You've been talking about this call before, got your memories mixed up. I don't blame you. It's the same sequence of events over and over again. And have a good night, Kai. Thanks for stopping by. Kurisa's eyes are half asleep.
ダル、それに助手よ。二人とも今すぐここを出て、できるだけ秋葉から遠くに逃げろ。ただし、電車は絶対に使うなよ。
なんだと？
できれば普段行かないような場所に隠れて一晩過ごすんだ。分かったな。
一晩過ごすとか。つまり僕とマキセ氏はラブホテルでハーハーするんですね。わかります？
No. Daru.
黙ってろ変態。
Kurisa gets up.
岡部、どういうことよ。
いいから言う通りにしてくれ。事情は後で話す。いいか、絶対に戻ってくるなよ。
I thought of having them take the time leap machine, but the microwave is pretty heavy to carry around, and it's that time machine that Moika's really after, not Mayuri. And also, the machine is probably useless without the CRT. If it will guarantee everyone's safety, I'd rather just abandon the time machine. I dash out of the lab, disregarding Kurisu's and Daru's demands for an explanation. I was right to borrow Suzuha's bicycle. I arrive at the shrine far earlier than if I had run. Mayuri and Rukako are in front of the main building. Mayuri waves her hand happily. Rukako, I overclicked. Come on. Rukako bows her head. Okay.
ルカちゃんにコスを着てもらうためのね。
No, girl, we ain't got time for that.
本当に無理だよ。僕恥ずかしくて絶対着られないから。ねえ、オカリ、ルカちゃんを説得するいい方法何かないかな。マユシにはルカちゃん攻略法がもう思いつきません。
Can't reach the ending for the Lukatan route.
本当に無理なんです。まゆりちゃん、ちっとも諦めてくれなくて。
Tears well up in my eyes. I grit my teeth and resist the urge to cry. To see them talking so happily and carefree with this battle music rocking in the background, I thought that this peace would last forever. And yet...
すまない。二人とも。コスプレの話は後だ。
I grabbed Mayuri's hand.
マユリ、荷物を置け。ルカ子に預けるんだ。
どういうこと？
これから遠出する。
旅行かな。旅行？
Rukako's face turns red.
二人で行くんですか？
She's got the wrong idea. Oh.
そうだ。
I'll let Lukako misunderstand whatever she wants. I take off running, half dragging Mayuri along. Wait, don't you have a bike? We get out of the... Wow. Mansebashi Bridge. And now I need to figure out where we go from here. It's 4:30. We should still have about 3 hours before the train stop. If we wanted to, we could even leave from Akiba Station. But that seems like a bad idea. Moika and her men might already be there. We should board from another station. If the plan is to head for Yokohama, the fastest way is to take the bullet train from Tokyo Station. To get to Tokyo Station without passing through Akihabara Station means boarding at Kanda or Awajicho. Sorry. We should walk to Tokyo Station in an hour. We could walk to Tokyo Station in an hour, but I don't want to waste that much time.
オカリ、遠出ってどこ行くの？どうして急に？
俺たちはセルに命を狙われている。
え？どういうこと？
詳しい説明は後だ。とにかく秋葉を離れるんだ。
I decide on Awajicho Station and starts running. If we can make it to Yasukunidori, the station's right there. But I freeze when I see a group of 6 men walking just ahead. Are they Moika's men? I don't know, but we can't take the chance. I pull Mayuri into a nearby alley. How many men does CERN have? When did these patrols start? Are they washing stations besides Akihabara? I have no way of knowing. To make matters worse, CERN's assassins are indistinguishable from ordinary shoppers at a glance. You can tell they're different when you get close, but by then it's too late. They could be anyone. Japanese, foreigners, anyone. Damn, what should we do? Should we take the shortest route and risk being seen? Or should we stick to the back streets and stay out of sight?
オカリ、マユシーはなんだか怖いよ。
As you should. The fear on Mayuri's face gives me my answer. I can't expose her to danger. If we have to take the back roads, we have to take the back roads. It doesn't have to be Awajicho. Any subway station is fine, as long as we can get out of Akiba. Let's go, please. Staying out of sight is more difficult than I expected, and the subway is further away than I thought. I misjudged the distance to the station. Maybe we should double back to Sueihirocho Station, or would that take us too close to the lab? There's no way of knowing where CERN's men could be. Okay. I pull Mayuri to the entrance of a nearby building. Several young men pass by. They are not particularly fit, and each of them is carrying a bag full of computer parts. I don't think they're the enemy, but I can't be sure. The only way to be safe is to treat every group of men as a potential threat. At this rate, it'll be night before we escape Akiba. Maybe we should just go for it and hope to get lucky. I look up the closest station with my phone. Ochanomizu and Sueihirocho are about equidistant from our current position. Sueihirocho takes us near the lab, but Ochanomizu is on the same line as Akihabara. It might be affected by the bomb threat. An impasse.
マユリ、しばらくここでじっとしていてくれ。
どこ行くの？
駅までの道に敵がいないか見てくれ。
And while I'm at it, scout the streets between here and there. We'll need to use the shortest route.
マユシーは置いていかれたくないな。
Oh.
すぐ戻る。30分しても戻らなかったら誰かに連絡を取って秋葉から離れる。クリスか鈴葉あたりがいいだろう。
そんなこと言っちゃやだよ。絶対戻ってきてね。でないとマユシーは何が何だか。
分かったな。絶対戻る。
I leave Mayuri behind and run to Ochanomizu Station. Wary of surrounding eyes, I scout the streets and decide that the back alleys of Kanda Myojin will give us the best chance of avoiding detection. Once we make it to the station, we'll just have to pray. I race back to the spot I left Mayuri. I don't think she's gonna be there anymore.
Mayuri.
She's not there. For an instant, I think I got the place mixed up, so I checked the entrance of the next building. But Mayuri isn't there either. She's gone. At first, I assumed Mayuri just wandered off somewhere like she often does. But then another possibility dawns on me. Could Cern's men have found her? Abducted her? Would they do that? Moika said that Mayuri was unnecessary. That's why she killed Mayuri first. So why would they kidnap her? I don't know. The only thing I know is that Mayuri's gone. I knew I shouldn't have left her alone. I should have stayed by her side no matter what. Still, I can't give up. I scoured the neighborhood for Mayuri. But when I failed to find any trace of her, I returned to the lab in despair. Oh, are we jumping? Interesting. We never received this in the past. We need to talk. Heading over now, okay, Moika? She didn't warn us before, did she? I don't think so. That's the first time that we received such a mail. She's on her way here. When she says we need to talk, she probably means I'm going to kidnap you and take the time leap machine. Just as I'm about to delete the mail out of frustration, I notice there's an image attached. I swallow and open it. Is it Mayuri? It's a scan of a foreign newspaper article. There's a rough black and white picture along with a date. 1961, 228, February 28th, 1961. 50 years ago. It's not in English. I look at the picture. Okay, so this world line, she exposed herself. Not exposed herself, but she's more forthcoming about it. The picture is of a jellyman embedded in the wall of a house. Wait. What the fuck? They took her and experimented with her? Oh, that just made me mad. Mayuri? $1702. Okay. But did we actually use the machine this time? Or I guess we'll figure it out. A screeching fills my ears, needles stab into my brain. The shock lasts an instant, and then the pain is gone. A wave of nausea hits me, vomit back flows into my mouth. I swallow it back, my throat burns. I leapt immediately after seeing the photo. The countdown means that it's a time leap. Okay, so we did use it. I couldn't accept it, not even for a second. In the 20 minutes I took my eyes off Mayuri, she was captured by Moika's men. They took her to France and stuck her in the LHC. I mean, probably not, but they sent her through their unstable black hole 50 years into the past. It wasn't an experiment. It was just a warning, a threat. How could anyone do such a thing? Now that I've recovered slightly from the shock, I realized that Mayuri was probably still alive when Moika sent me that picture. A flight to France takes at least 12 hours after all. Even so, her fate was already decided. Perhaps that 50-year-old newspaper article appeared out of thin air the instant they found her. I don't know why her cause of death changed. I don't have time to investigate. The only choice is to run. Our enemies don't consider Mayuri human. I'm filled with rage. I'm mad too. I want to kill them. I won't let them have her. The clock shows 5:05 p.m. Not as much time left as I thought. Come to think of it, the time leap machine should be able to send me back to noon at least. I'll do that next time. A chill runs up my spine. What am I thinking? Next time? Have I already given up saving her this time? I shake my head to clear it of negative thoughts. Okay, hold on. Judging by the time, Mayuri's already left the shrine, so I can't contact her until she gets back to the lab. All I can do is wait. There's gonna be a next time, isn't there? As before, the Braun Tube workshop closes early. Mayuri appears as Uzuha and Mr. Braun are leaving. We run through Kanda Myojin's back streets to Otanomizu Station, taking only minimal precautions to avoid attracting attention. We have to get there before the Sobu line shuts down. We managed to make it to the station without being stopped, but when we got there, I see a group of men waiting by the entrance. They look like CERN. Change of plans. We turn around and head for the Shin Otanomizu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. I don't usually come here, so I got lost. I stare nervously at the platform clock. According to the scrolling display, the Yamanote, Keihin Tohoku, and Sobu lines have already suspended operations. Wait, it looks like the Chiyoda line has too. It must be protocol to assume that nearby stations may be threatened, even stations on unconnected lines. Damn. Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behavior. This is the third time I've led her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. Does she really trust me that much? Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leap as many times as it takes. Mayuri tilts her head quizzically. I realize that I'm staring at her.
ねおかり、マユシーは聞きたいこといっぱいあるけど、今は我慢しとくね。その代わり、終わったらね、全部聞かせてほしいです。
This girl's an angel.
約束する。
Mayuri smiles happily at that answer. That's right. While we wait for the train, I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts today. If I have to leap again, I'll need to know all the information I can get.
お前、ルカ子に会った後はどこに行っていた？
吹雪ちゃんからメールがあってね、マユシーのコスにちょっと問題発生しちゃってたのです。糸がほつれてるところがあったんだ。それを直しに。
吹雪ちゃんというのはどこに住んでいる？
住んでるっていうかね、今 ちょうど UPX のスタベまで来てたのです。
So that's where she was. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA system. The subway is resuming normal operations. About 20 minutes have passed since we arrived. I didn't expect to be stuck here so long, but it's okay. Right now, Moika should be in Akihabara, heading to the lab. Everything is going to be alright. While waiting for the train, I examined the route map on the station's notice board. We can transfer to an overland train at Yoyogi Uehara. It'll take a while, but that will take us all the way to Odawara. Another announcement. Our train is arriving. I can hear the rumbling and see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. I reach for her hand, meaning to take a dash for the train when the door opened, but I guess there's no hurry now. I let my hand fall to my side, empty. The roar comes closer. Oh my god. No.
今日のパーティー
Mayuri is saying something. I can't quite hear her over the train.
中止になったけど絶対にいつかまゆりお姉ちゃん
Is that Nae? Suddenly, Mayuri disappears. Someone pushed her. There she is, leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance as if she stumbled or someone pushed her. She seems to hang there for a moment, and then the train comes screaming into the station. Oh my god. I hear a sound from under the train. I can't describe it, but it makes me instantly nauseous. Sparks fly as the train slams on its brakes. The people on the platform scream. I turn to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl. Tiny, adorable, a cute black rabbit pouch slung over her shoulder. Tenoji Nae. Yup, I knew it. What the fuck? She looks up at me. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble.
私まゆりお姉ちゃん見つけてびっくりさせたくてわざとじゃわざと
She stares at me for a few more seconds as if waiting for me to say something, then turns and runs away. The platform is in chaos. The PA informs us that there has been a personnel injury accident. Nai is already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. One side of the track is a wash of red. My mind is blank. I can't think. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Moika's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. I guess I should be grateful. It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. Uh-oh, is his memories getting fractured? At last, it's ready. Now, take me back. Alright, where are we going this time? Ah, earlier. 1545. The leap occurs instantaneously. Tider claimed that his time machine takes 1 hour to subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if ours has the same behavior, but now is not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Kurisu, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Now you don't even need to go looking for her. That's perfect. Mayuri is singing her chicken song, though she's actually eating pre-cooked chicken from the convenience store instead of her usual juicy chicken number 1. She had to switch because she can't warm up frozen chicken in the microwave, which is now a dedicated part of the time leap machine. I was right to come back 5 hours. Mayuri is still in the lab. But what the hell happened back there? It hurts, but I forced myself to recall that horrifying scene. Mayuri died again. This time, it happened at Shin Ochanomizu Station, a place completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Tenozi Nai pushed her onto the tracks, where the train tore her to shreds. Could Nai be working for CERN too? No, that can't be right. Nai has a habit of jumping on Mayuri in greeting. She was probably just being her usual affectionate self. But why did she choose that precise moment? And with that question, we're going to take a 3-minute break. And we will be back very soon after, all right? Talk to you guys soon on the other side. Welcome back. All right. I hope the ad lords treat you guys well. All right, so let's figure this out. I wonder, like, it feels like everything is pointing us to the fact that, like, this is the destiny. That Mayuri is destined to die one way or the other. Which I would be so mad about. Alright, stay alive, girl, please. I don't know. I sense malice. Who's malice? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on us. Whatever the case, all that matters now is that I have another chance. I need to act. And it's interesting that, like, they seem so disinterested in the machine. Right? Like, the number of times that we came back to the lab with the machine still being in the lab despite you know, the CERN people should have come and been there. Unless they know that the machine is useless without the CRT on the bottom. The machine is bulky, it is true. Okay, so we are at 3:45. And the last one was where Nai pushed Mayuri onto the train track. We documenting. Maybe we can find a pattern. I have the power to save Mayuri. I will do whatever it takes to find a way. This time, we hail a taxi to Chuodori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters now. Mayuri comes along quietly. I consider taking her home. I consider taking her home to Ikebukuro, but Moika's group might be watching her house. I have no idea where they are at this point in time. Instead, I asked the driver to take us to Shinagawa. However, traffic is unusually heavy. The driver says it's never been this bad before. There must be an obstruction up ahead, an accident or something. That's the only explanation I can think of. We've made it out of Akiba, but at this rate, it would take forever to reach Shinagawa. I consider getting off here and taking the train, but then I remember what happened at Shin Otanomizu station. I have a bad feeling about this. The traffic jam could be CERN's doing. I look out the window and scan the crowd for anyone who might be a CERN agent. 3 hours later, we're still stuck. According to a conversation I overheard between our driver and another driver, there's some kind of inspection up ahead. Inspection? Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be a police inspection. And a small fight broke out at the inspection site or something. To make matters worse, this road has already been closed off, and all the cars behind us are being detoured. There are only about 100 cars waiting, but the inspection has been at a standstill for 3 hours. This can't be a coincidence. Once again, I feel the malice of fate manipulating the situation. Is Mayuri going to die again? If I'd known it was going to turn out like this, I'd had dished the taxi hours ago. It's not too late. I should pay the driver and get off right. Just then, someone knocks on the window. Our taxi is stopped in the middle of the road. What's going on? I look over, and before I can say anything, a man opens the rear door and gets in next to Mayuri. He's holding a knife. Another assassin. Before she can reply, the man covers Mayuri's mouth with a large, meaty hand. I try to open my door, but it's locked. Only the driver can open it from the inside. Now that I'm starting to understand the story, I'm so concerned about Mayuri. Me too. This girl is getting killed and killed and killed again. I mean, thankfully, fingers crossed, but thankfully she's not like reliving any of these memories. You know, each one of her is independent in the timeline. But I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. Mayuri opens her eyes wide. Her body twitches. Why are they so keen about killing Mayuri? It all happens too fast. The man sinks his knife into Mayuri's chest. A bright red spot stains her clothes. But Okabe is reliving those moments. Yeah, I know. That's why he's so broken. I'm sorry, what? Okay, so this is another like CERN agent of sorts? Another man gets into the passenger seat. Why is the driver not reacting? Is he part of CERN too? He points a gun at the driver. Okay, so the driver is not part of them. And says something to him. Strength drains from Mayuri's body. Her eyes slowly close. Tears roll down her cheek. I watch her die inches away, so powerless to stop it. I can feel her last breath against my skin. They killed her again. Why? I know. I don't get it. Moika didn't make it sound like she needed to kill Mayuri the first time, right? Like, Moika made it sound like, okay, if you guys don't comply, I'm gonna kill her. And because you guys didn't comply, I killed her. But now they're just killing her. Why can't I save her? Why won't you let me save her? Who decided that Mayuri must die? Moika, CERN? Or does the world itself wish for Mayuri's death? I won't accept that. I clench my jaw and throw myself forward, driving my forehead into the killer's nose. He falls back. I shout to the driver. I crawl out of the taxi and take off running through the traffic jam. After running for hours, I made it back into the lab. Luckily, the time leap machine is still there. I have to leap again. Alright, where are we going? 1549? That's like same time-ish? I'm just gonna write it down really quick. Mayuri dies in cab. Knife. Okay. Hold on, sorry. Every time we run, Mayuri dies. 6 hours into the past, I clutch my head and rack my brain for an answer. I feel like I've hit a dead end. What do I do if we can't run away? Is there no way to save her? What if you stay here and just comply? Is that an option? Could she stay alive? But the problem with that is if they still kill her, there's no coming back. Mayuri's blank stares is the only answer I get. This time, I take her to the closest police station and beg them to protect her. When asked why, I explain that someone is going to kill Mayuri 6 hours from now, but without any proof that there's someone after her, they have no choice but to turn us away. I mean, I hate to say this, but like, why don't we just commit a small petty crime and get taken into custody for a few hours? Have you thought about that, Okabe? It's past 6 by the time we leave the station, and we're left with no choice but to keep running. Like theft. Theft is an option. We can just steal something and, you know, small petty crime. I wish that I could blame my previous failures on bad luck. We could try Osanomizu or Shinbashi again, and maybe this time she won't die. But I don't have the courage to try those routes again. At the same time, we can't stay in Akiba. We're running out of options. Subways, trains, and taxis all out. Attempting to escape by those means will get Mayuri killed, so my heart tells me. Perhaps the fear is irrational, but I can't put it out of my mind. I've seen her die half a dozen times already. Shot, stabbed, torn to pieces. Hey, Survival! Oh, you're building a chair! That's so cool. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the lurk. Good luck with the chair building. So handy, by the way. I'm impressed. But welcome in. We're trying to save our friend Mayuri. I can't go through that again. Half a dozen times. Have I done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, 6. There's another one. Yep. We take refuge in Yodobashi camera. I thought we could keep hiding there indefinitely, but just after 7, we hear an explosion in front of the station. Yodobashi goes into chaos. Policemen appear and start evacuating the store. When I try to explain our situation, an officer shouts, "Terrorists!" and pulls his gun. This can't be happening. This isn't America. Japanese police officers don't shoot without provocation. Mayuri dies. It happens so fast. The policeman shoots her right in the head. I don't know if he was a real policeman or a CERN assassin in disguise. It doesn't matter. I can't deny it any longer. The world itself is killing Mayuri. So how do we solve this? 1432. This time, I don't leap into action immediately. Instead, I sit on a couch and collect my thoughts. Every time I try to save Mayuri, it ends in the worst possible way. To make matters worse, I no longer even know what I'm supposed to be saving her from. Cause and effect. Why does Mayuri die? At first, I thought it was Moika and her hit squad, sent by CERN to steal our time machine. But as I leapt back in time again and again, the cause of Mayuri's death kept changing. At Shin Osanomizu Station, she died because Nae pushed her off the platform. CERN had nothing to do with that. It was an accident. Each time I leap, she dies a different way. What does that mean? I've been thinking for an hour, and I'm no closer to an answer. I want someone to tell me, but who can I ask? I'm the only person in history to leap through time. No, there's one more. John tighter. Ask your senpai. Suzuha downstairs. But he's not replying to my emails anymore, and he hasn't posted on @channel in days. I'm not even convinced he's a real time traveler. I decide not to run this time. Instead, I take a different approach. Strike first. I send Moika an email. I need to talk to you about our time machine. Meet me alone. I designate the roof of Rarikan as our meeting place. 2 weeks have passed since the satellite crashed, but it's still there and the building's still closed. So how did you get out onto the roof? At least the security has lessened, so it's easy for me to sneak in. Not that there's any sneaking to do. I just walk through the front door like I belong here. No one questioned me. Last time I came here was for Dr. Nakabachi's presentation. Of course, on this world line, the presentation was cancelled. Naturally, there's nobody here but me. It occurs to me that this is a dangerous gambit. Moika might have a gun, and I already know that she's willing to use it. But then I don't intend to play fair either. We're supposed to meet at 5:30. It's just after 5. I came early in order to ambush her. I hide in the shadows and wait with bated breath. About 30 minutes later, I hear the door open. Moika makes her entrance, alone. She looks around restlessly. She still hasn't noticed me. I take a gun out of my shirt. It's not real. It's future gadget number 1, the bit particle gun. It's just a toy ray gun with a remote control attached. Obviously a bluff, but all I could prepare on such short notice. I run up behind Moika and shove the bit particle gun into her back. And she immediately knows what it is. Just like a Hollywood movie. But this isn't a movie, this is real. And she isn't an actress. She's a murderer. After Moika raises her hands, I feel through her clothes. Sure enough, she's carrying a gun. I take it from her and press it to Moika's back in place of the bit particle gun. My frustration and rage boil over because of her Mayuri. I've lost count of how many times exactly. And I haven't slept at all that entire time. Strangely, I'm not tired at all. She's shaken. Moika gasps. So it was their doing. Moika nods faintly. I could kill her now. It would be easy. But no, I need information.
お前たちはセルンの何なんだ。
ラウンダー。
Rounders. Moika answers with surprising obedience. I guess she values her own life, even though she has no problem depriving other people of theirs.
ラウンダー。一体どういう組織なんだ。セルンとの関係性は。
メールで。
ダメだ。行動で説明しろ。
ラウンダーはセルンとは別組織。公には出てこない。
Oh, covert operations. Okay, now we're getting information. And Junie needs to take notes. So, rounders. Moika.
So you扱い。
I see.
秘密の傭兵部隊か。
違う。IBN5100。その情報収集と回収のため世界中に散らばってそれを集める。
IBN 5100s. That's right, when I met her, she was looking for an IBN 5100. These days, they're nearly impossible to find. People will pay millions just to own one. Is that because CERN has been hunting them down?
ラウンダーの規模は。答えろ。
Does she even know?
知らない。
Yeah.
末端だから。
So she's not important enough to be told.
俺が手に入れた IBN5100 を盗んだのもやはりお前だな。
Moika doesn't answer.
なぜ IBN5100 の情報を。ハッキング対策か。
機密保持。最も優先すべき事項だから。 セルンの。
一体何が隠されている。タイムトラベルの人体実験やその実験で何百人と殺しているという情報は普通の PC でもハッキングで見ることができた。 IBN5100 で構築されたデータベースにはそれ以上の極秘情報があるというのか。
知らない。
末端だからか。
My tone is sarcastic, but Moika nods. Damn, she's useless.
なぜラボを襲った。いや、お前にとってはこれから襲うか。
分かっているはず。
セルへのハッキングをしたからか。
理由は3つ。1つは知ったから。君たちが知ってはいけないこと。
So CERN did know about the hacking.
それとタイムマシン。君たちが作った。
They want our time machine. CERN must be trying to monopolize the time travel technology.
決定的だったのは君たちがそのタイムマシンを世間に公表しようとしたこと。
How does she know that? We made that decision right after the time leap machine was completed. That was only a few hours ago. The lab must be bugged.
だから全員を拘束。
Or someone's been telling. Gosh, okay.
マユリを殺したではないか。
あの子は必要ない。
unnecessary. I nearly pulled the trigger.
タイムマシーンを作ったのは君とマキセと橋田だから。あの子は殺しても構わない。そう言われた。
俺たちを拘束してどうするつもりだった？
セルンの施設に監禁してタイムマシン実用化の研究を。
そうやってこれまでにもセルン以外のタイムマシン研究を潰してきたんじゃないか。
私は回収しろと言われただけ。
お前のことを一瞬でも仲間にした俺が間違いだった。
セルンのためすべて FP の命令すべて
FB.
何でもやる。 FB の指示なら。
I'm curious as to what that stands for, but I guess we will find out. FB? Is that the name of her supervisor?
岡部君、君なのジョン・タイターは。
何？
Nani? John Titor?
考えられない君しか。
Me?
何をバカな。
I digged a gun into Moika's back.
それより死にたくなかったら今すぐにお前の仲間とそれとも FB とやらに連絡しろ。ラボ襲撃は中止だと。
Moika shakes her head.
そんな権限ない。
知ったことか。権限がなかろうが何とかするんだ。でないと殺す。
I can't do it. I'm not a killer. My hands are trembling just like Moika's were before she shot Mayuri.
殺したんだ。
She was hesitating. She didn't want to pull the trigger, but she did.
お前もあんなことしたくなかったんだろう。なのになんで。
私は従うだけ。 FB
だったらその FB とかいうやつをここに連れてこい。
Moika shakes her head again.
だからそっちの事情なんて知ったことじゃないと。
無理なの。 FB に会ったことは。
Oh, something hard steps into my back. A chill runs through my body. There's someone behind me.
銃を捨てろ。
A man's voice. Is he with Moika?
あいつキリュウモエか。
I'm ready to pull the trigger in cold blood.
二人だけで会うと約束しただろう。
Moika doesn't answer.
いいから銃を捨てろ。
タイムマシンは渡す。だから誰も殺すな。
だとしても
Even though I'm still pointing the gun at her, Moika steps away and turns to face me. Her eyes are cold, her expression unreadable.
監禁して二度と出されない。
Moika takes the gun from my hand. I'm unable to resist.
ハッキングのことを謝るから誰も殺さないでくれ。
Something strikes the back of my head. My legs give out instantly, sending me to the ground. Darkness creeps in.
ターゲット B を確保。開始を頼む。
We're target B. Who's target A? Kurisu? Deep down, I knew I can't save Mayuri. Even if Moika's group doesn't kill her, someone or something else will. The world itself wants her dead. That is the choice of Steins Gate. Oh, that's so sad. Steins Gate? There's no such thing. Those words have no meaning. It's just some nonsense I made up to sound cool. Steins Gate doesn't exist, but fate does. Fate, God, the will of the universe, an absolute force that no one can resist. It exists. It has sentenced Mayuri to death. I wake up in the back of a station wagon. The windows are coated with black film, so I can't tell where we are. I feel a throbbing pain in the back of my head. My hands are tied behind me. What time is it? How long have I been unconscious? There's a man with me inside the car. I recognize him from a previous time leap. He's the one who stabbed Mayuri in a taxi. The man seems to notice I've woken up, but he doesn't speak. He just waves his gun menacingly, as if to say that there's no hope of escape. The dashboard clock reads 7:30. I look out the window again. Through the film, I manage to make out a street sign. We're close to the lab. Has the attack already happened? Before I left, I told everyone, including Mayuri, to run. If she did as I said, she won't die by their hands. But that doesn't mean she's safe. If I don't do something, Moika's going to take the time leap machine away. What will happen then? CERN can have the machine, if it will save Mayuri. But the problem is that it won't, not when the world itself is determined to kill her. As long as the time leap machine remains in my hands, I can keep trying to fix things. I'll leap again and again until I find a way to save her. But if I lose the machine, then the future is decided. A future without Mayuri. I have to get it before they do, even if that means I might get shot. As long as I survive to reach the time leap machine, everything will be all right. My bound hands limit me to headbutts and kicks, but I somehow manage to knock down the man guarding me and escape. He has potential. My chest and neck are covered in blood. I must have been shot during the struggle, but thanks to the adrenaline pumping through my body, I barely feel any pain. I can still move. That's all that matters. I run up the stairs with my hands still tied. I can only pray that I'll be able to operate the time leap machine quickly enough. Mayuri, Kurisu, and Daru are in the lab. So are Moika and her men. When I open the door and burst in, everyone looks at me in surprise. When she sees my tattered body, Mayuri runs up to me with tears in her eyes. Wait! I try to stop her. In the corner of my eye, I see Moika takes aim at Mayuri. I try to put myself between them. I try to cover Mayuri with my body. But a man grabs me from behind and pulls me back. Oh no, not again. I watch, helpless, as Mayuri's tiny body drops to the floor. Her eyes, wide and wet with tears, seem to stare into mine. But I can see that they have already lost her light. She's gone. Again. Again. Again! What happens next is the same as before. Suzuha defeats the Rounders, and Kurisu help me time leap. Alright. Can we go back further? No, 1656. That's the first time that we jumped to. When we use the time leap machine initially. Interesting, okay. A flood of sound beats on my eardrums. When it subsides, I find myself again in the lab. It's just before 5. I have 2.5 hours before Mayuri dies. I find myself staring at the time leap machine. This thing is the reason for Moika's attack. If only we have never built the phone wave. If only we have never sent those emails. Perhaps the future might be different. Instead of the nightmare it promises now. Would anything change if I broke it? Would anything change if I broke it? Just smashed it to pieces right here. In a rush of delirium, I grab a chair and lift it high over my head. Just as I'm about to bring it crashing down on this infernal machine, a voice cries out. Kurisu grabs my arm and pulls me back. I lower the chair slowly. Not because Kurisu told me to, but because I realized what would happen if I really did break the machine. It caused, or will cause, Mayuri's death. But at the same time, it is also my only chance of averting that future. If I lose it, I lose my only hope of saving her. The fear of that outcome stayed my hand. I can't deal with this, not now. I think it's interesting how he's like absolutely not Chuni anymore. So far, ever since it all started. I flee from the lab. I don't have a particular destination in mind. People look at me strangely as I shuffle down the street. I imagine I must look like I crawled up from a grave. I mean, quite literally. Soon, I get fed up with the crowd around the station and escape to the pedestrian overpass. I get about halfway across the bridge and squat down on the concrete. The giant screen up on the UPX building is advertising some gothic punk band. The ticker at the bottom displays today's weather forecast along with the date and time. I realize that today is Friday the 13th. That's what I said. Is there no way to get through today without Mayuri dying? It's already 5:30, 2 hours until the attack. The lights around Akihabara station turns on one by one as the sun sets. The moe might be gone from Akiba, but the area around the station is still as posh as ever. I don't belong here. The bridge I'm sitting on has become a date spot for couples. I can see them standing here and there, gazing at the cityscape with their arms wound around each other. Somehow, they never seem to tire of the dull, unchanging scenery. What am I doing here? Mayuri's about to die. Kurisu! I lift my head and see Kurisu standing there.
いきなり飛び出したと思ったらこんなところにいたか。
To a certain extent, I love it because I feel like we're just getting showered in CGs. It's great.
なあクリスティーナ、
何よ。
今何時だ？
5時38分。ねえ、そんなところでドキュン行為してる暇があったら買い出し付き合いなさいよ。
Shopping. Oh, right. Preparations for the party. In the original timeline, I went shopping with Kurisu at the UPX supermarket. And then we talked on this bridge, just like now. It feels like so long ago. Back then, I had no idea what was about to happen.
どうなの？買い出し来るのか来ないのか。
I sigh deeply. I don't believe that it was wrong to time leap. However,
クリス、
I keep my eyes lowered. That's the first time he addressed her by her actual name, I think.
初めてまともに名前を。
That's what I said. I feel her eyes on me.
助けてくれ。
I can't save Mayuri alone. I realize that now, reliving today again and again, only to taste the same despair each time, has taught me one important lesson. Alone, I'm powerless. Alone, I have no hope.
助けてくれ。
話して。あんたがタイムリープしたのは分かってる。
Ah, now you caught on.
何？
I look up in surprise. Kurisu doesn't meet my stare. Instead, she leans on the guardrail and gazes down at the plaza with her usual frown.
あんたに誰かから電話がかかってきたと思ったらいきなり表変したから。私の目はごまかせない。
3時間後から来た。
何があった？
マユリが殺された。
I lower my head, trying to hold back the tears. Then I explained about CERN and Moika, and about how Kurisu herself activated a time leap machine and made this possible. I tell her about my previous leaps. I explain that the world itself wants Mayuri dead, that I can't save her no matter how I try. I keep talking for 30 minutes straight. During that time, Kurisu hardly says a word.
すべて俺の責任だ。
Talking to Kurisu lets me sort out everything I've done, everything I've seen.
セルンにハッキングしろなんてダルに頼まなければよかった。タイムマシーンを作ろうなんて言い出さなければよかった。モエカをラボメンになんかするんじゃなかった。マユリが死ぬのはすべて俺の責任なんだ。
Not true. That's why I needed to bear the burden myself. I was resolved to do whatever it took to save Mayuri, never faltering, never giving up. And yet, my resolve has already crumbled.
そんなまずいことが起きようとしてるのに、あんたはなんでここでぼんやりしてるの？
This has been a roller coaster listening to, right? Like, I don't know if you were here for the previous sessions, but this used to be a very light game until the guns were brought out. And like, now we're traveling through time and watching our friend getting killed again and again and again in front of our eyes. Kurisu's tone is haughty. Is this how I sound when I'm playing Hoin Kyoma?
わからなくなったからだ。
わ わからないって何が？
マユリを助ける方法が。
あんたの話を聞いた限りじゃ、時間順序保護仮説は本当だったってことになるのかな。
何をしてもどうやってもマユリが死んでしまうんだ。
だからタイムリープを延々と繰り返したか。タイムリープマシンは理論上絶対安全だと証明されているわけじゃない。
Kurisu lowers her gaze and cups her chin, as she often does when assessing a problem.
これまでは何事もなく成功してたかもしれないけど、繰り返し使うことでどんな影響が出るかもわからない。もしかしたら時間の輪、つまり因果率から外れるかもしれない。あんたはそんな危険を冒してるの。そのことを自覚して。
因果率から外れると。
SF 小説によくあるでしょ。閉じた時間の輪の中で永遠にさまよい続けるってこと。永久に年は取らないけど、永久に同じ日からは出られなくなる。
Didn't Okabe mention earlier that like he didn't feel tired, even though he has repeated the last, I don't know, 3 to 6 hours over 6 times, so that's like well over 24 hours straight.
最悪の場合、なかったことにされる可能性だってある。
What?
存在の抹消。あんたの18年だか19年だかの人生の痕跡すべてをあらゆる人間が最初から知らなかったことにされるかも。
He probably doesn't feel tired because his memories jump into a still fresh body. That is true. That's a good point. Because when Kurisu just now, when she's talking about like disconnected from causality, it's almost as if that's more like the entity, right? Body included, jumping through time. Whereas in our case, it's just the memory, if you would. That's a fair point.
時間を飛び越えることはそれだけ危険なのよ。
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。
Temporal beings. Kurisu looks surprised. It's like the first time ever we've said anything wise, right?
ハイデガーね。私も今その言葉を言おうと思ってた。
お前から教わった言葉だ。
いつ？
俺はもう何度もタイムリープしている。
あ、なるほど。
Kurisu squats next to me, thinking deeply.
あんたの話が本当だったとして、マユリを助けたい気持ちは私だって同じよ。でもタイムリープマシン制作に関わった人間の一人として、あれを何度も使うことは勧められない。あんたはそれでももがく。
俺は
I can't do it alone. I know that now.
だからお前に助けを求めたんだ。もがくために、マユリを助けるために。
Whatever it
俺一
takes.
人じゃダメだったが、クリスの協力があれば何とかできるかもしれない。できると信じたい。力を貸してくれ。
Kurisu sighs.
無茶しやがって。
Why is the happy music? Game? I mean, sure, but like, no. I'm still really stressed out.
壊れててもおかしくなかったんだからね。
Incredibly, she sounds concerned about me. She looks at me for a moment, then turns away as if embarrassed. Game? I know. I'm like, this is very inadequate. Like, why are we... Don't fan service me. I don't want it. I don't want it. Snazzle, I don't want it. I just can we just move on and save Mayuri? I don't She looks at me for a moment, then turns away as if embarrassed.
協力はする。
Thank you, Kurisu.
マユリは大切な仲間。ラボメンだから。それに、あんたのそんな辛そうな姿、見てられない。
すまない。
Oh, she's sweet.
謝らないでよ。岡部、前に私の父親のことで相談に乗ってくれたでしょ。あの時、私結構救われたんだ。だから今度は私があんたの力になる。あんたの力になりたい。
Oh, that is sweet. Okay, actually.
一緒に青森まで行ってもらわないと。
Oh, she actually wants us to go with her to Aomori? That's where her father resides. And we promised to help her sort of resolve the tension between her and her father, even though I'm not sure that as Okabe we're qualified to do any of that. But she smiles a wry but gentle smile, as if I were her mischievous younger brother.
止めたってタイムリープする気なんでしょ。何しろあんたは狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。いつだって独善的に生きてきたんだから。ちょっと
Sus,
そこは
right?
無論だ。はっはっはっはみたいに答えなさいよ。
That's a good imitation. Good job, girl.
そうだな。
調子狂うな。
Kurisu is right. I'll do anything to save Mayuri. Alright. Back to regular schedule programming, please. Kurisu stands up and looks at her watch.
さて、もうあまり時間もないから、これからあたふたするより、もっとじっくり対策を練った方がいい。
つまり
今からもっと前の時間に飛んでおく。
So leap now,
改め
basically.
て私に事情を説明して。
But is there a capping to this? Like, could they leap to a time before the time leap machine was created? I mean, I guess. Yes, there is, right? Yeah, they'll explain. Thank you. Okay, hold on. I think I skipped a line. Kuris is right. My actions so far have been almost entirely random. And look where that's gotten me. No frickin' where, my friend. I need a real plan if I'm going to save Mayuri.
行こう。
Kurisu stretches out her hand. I grasp it and pull myself up. Mayuri and Daru are already back when we return to the lab. Suzuha is there too. To get rid of them, Kurisu and I explained that we forgot to do the shopping, so could they please take care of it for us? I have to cough up the money to convince them to go, but it works.
マユリ本人はともかく、橋田にも話さないの？
必要になったら話す。
For now, it's not, but I don't have time to explain. While Kurisu sets up the machine, I head downstairs to the Brawn Tube workshop, kick the door open, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. That went more smoothly than I anticipated. It's highly illegal, of course, but I'll leave long before the cops get here. Kurisu looks shocked when I return to the lab.
住居侵入罪で逮捕されるわよ。
どうせ過去に戻れば今のはなかったことになる。
Kurisa hands me the headgear and I put it on.
そっか、あんたの主観じゃそうなるわけだ。私の主観だとどうなるんだろう。あんたが飛んだ後、ここはどうなる？
That's none of our problem. That place is messy. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, it's mostly two like college freshmen stay here, and like they're kind of science mad lads, if you will. So I'm impressed that they even have space to stand.
そのデータもすぐに取れる。
My consciousness travels to the past. That I know from experience. But what about the body I leave behind? If time is a straight line, then it's likely that the present will be reconstructed based on my actions in the past. But if the many worlds interpretation holds, then after I leave, this world will continue on as if nothing happened. I used to be so fascinated by the structure of the universe, but now I don't really care. All that matters is saving my Yuri. Kurisa's fingers stop typing on the keyboard.
どうした？
考えたら思考がループしちゃってた。
D メールのような状態になるかもしれない。
The instant we send a D-mail, the present changes around us. Thanks to reading Steiner. Why are we still using that phrase? Only I remember what it was like before the change.
その方が楽だけど、悔しくもある。
データを観測できないからか。
そういうこと。
Kurisa nods and begins tinkering with the setting again.
転送先は5時間前にしておいた。つまり午後1時40分くらい。覚えてる？私がタイムリープマシーンを完成させたのは2時過ぎだった。
Barely. For Kurisu, that happened only 5 hours ago. For me, it feels like weeks. Maybe it has been weeks.
時間にルーズな男は嫌われる。感謝しなさいよ。私は時計をよく見る癖があって、何時に何があったかは結構覚えてるの。
Kurisu finishes typing and turns to face me.
いい、岡部。タイムリープマシンを使うなら、これだけは覚えておいて。携帯電話は絶対に手放さないこと。それはあんたの生命線、局所場指定のマーカーなの。それさえ持ち続けていれば、どの時間へも跳躍はできる。でももし手放してしまって誰かに使われたら。
Then if I leap to that time, my memories could overwrite theirs. I don't want to imagine what that might happen next.
あるいは充電が切れたり壊されたりしたら。
Then I won't be able to leap to that time. If it breaks, I can get a new phone with the same number, but there will still be a period of time to which I can never leap.
タイムリープは成功しない。だから絶対に携帯を手放しちゃダメ。
了解だ。
今日の昼間にタイムリープしたら、2時に私がマシンを完成させるまでは、あんたは特別なことはしてはいけない。これが完成しないと、きっとこの時間までの流れが大きく変わってしまう。完成したらすぐに実験はしないって宣言して全員解散させて。
You want a time leap? I kind of did too. It's like the time warp dance. I don't know what you're referring to, actually.
それから私に声をかけてくれればいい。未来から来た
Oh, Rocky Horror. Thank
多
you.
分私は
Yes.
信じる。
Oh, it's been so long since I've seen that movie. The Stupid Time War again. Yep. It's a cult classic. It's great.
なんでわかる？
私のことは私が一番よく知ってる。
All right. The ad lords are demanding sacrifice, so we're gonna give them 3 minutes of our time, and we will be back in 3 minutes, and we will continue for another hour-ish. All right? BRB. I'll see you guys on the other side. And we're back. All right. Steins Gate. Get a sound up. Oh my gosh. I was looking on the internet the other day, and I was just like looking up playtime of Steins Gate, and people are like, oh, it took me like 20 hours for one playthrough. I'm like, I'm 20, 30-ish hours in. I don't even think I'm halfway. Oh dear. Okay. All right, Kurisu. Help us. Let's go. Kurisu grins faintly and stands up after she's done typing.
そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは
Mad
私なのだぜ。
skills. She definitely serves the interwebs.
さっきあんたからタイムリープしてきたって言われた時は自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。成功してよかったって思えた。何の疑問もなくね。
I see.
念のためにキーワードを決めておきましょう。私の今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
My own fork?
に
あ、いや、別に意味なんてないからな。
マイフォークが欲しいのか？
マイスプーンはもう持ってるからって、そこに興味持つな。はいはい、準備できた。いつでも行ける。
Okay, I didn't get that reference. Did anyone understand that reference? Like, even with the Japanese, I didn't understand the reference, but okay, whatever. I nod and call up the phone wave name subject to change. Let's go. Nope.
気をつけて。
Oh, she has her own. Okay. I see. So I was overthinking it.
私はいつだってあんたの味方よ。
Oh. See, this is where we should like be blossoming into the happy music, not in this suspenseful buzzing. Kurisu touches my shoulder and then steps away. Let's go. Alright, so we should be at 1344. Okay. I lie back on the sofa with my phone in my hand, cling on it to dear life. Okabe. Needles in my brain, a whining in my ears. These sensations never get any easier to endure. I look at the clock. It's about 1:45. There's a high school baseball game on TV. In about 15 minutes, Kurisu will finish the time leap machine. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing for me to do but wait. As the pain in my brain subsides, I realize that my head is throbbing. Why? Oh, I remember. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr. Braun in which he introduced his fist to my skull. Mayuri is at her sewing machine working on her costume. Daru is at his computer collecting moe artwork from the internet. 2D porn. Kurisu is in the development room, upgrading the time leap machine. I sit, motionless, as the minutes tick by. Suddenly, the sound of the sewing machine stops. This is when she asked us to, smooth out the fabric for her or something like that, for her to see the design. Mayuri shows me her costume.
これをね持っててくれないかな。こうしてピローンって広げて。
まゆし、今のビローンもう一度。
ピローン
ビローンいただきました。
もうやだこの変態。
I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves.
ありがとう。
Mayuri looks a little tired. She was working on this costume all night. But then she smiles, brighter than the sun.
できた。
Aww. I said something here, didn't I? What was it? It's kind of like he needs to remember his lines too. I think that's actually really funny.
クリスちゃんより先にできたよ。競争してたんだ。
負けたわ、まゆり。お見事ね。でもこっちももう終わりよ。
Kurisu finishes connecting the two cords she's holding.
完成。
Alright, that's my cue.
実験はしない。
Crap. Was that too soon?
いきなり全否定とか。私が何のために苦労して作ったと思ってんのよ。
タイムリープには問題が山積みだ。その点についてじっくり検証したい。
あんたにしてはまともな意見だな。
The shade. The shade.
何が問題なのかな。完成したんじゃないの。
詳しくは後日説明する。今日はみんな疲れているだろうから解散にしよ
完成祝いにちょっとでもパーッとやったりしないの？
う。それも後日だ。
The unusually respectable opinion? Nah, Amazon. Give yourself more credit than that. I managed to convince Daru and Mayuri to leave. I lend Mayuri my phone charger, since we use the same brand of phones. Kurisu tries to go home. Kurisu tries to go home too, but I quietly keep her back. You need a nap? Can you take a nap?
何？
You should enjoy a nap. I love naps. Oh, I love naps. They're like a little energy pill in the middle of the day. It's so good.
不満か。
Probably because I shot her down right after she finished the time leap machine. She'll feel relieved later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications. Oh, you can't fall asleep during the day unless you're super sick. Oh, I'm sorry. But I guess in a way that's probably really good because it keeps your your biological clock in check. For me, it's every time I nap during the day, even if it's just like 30 minutes to an hour, it throws off my sleep schedule at night too.
I 俺は5時間後から来た。
Kurisu spears me with a piercing glare.
何の冗談？
Her narrowed eyes makes me believe that looks can kill.
睨むな。お前、言っていることが全然違うではないか。何が未来から来たと言われれば多分信じるだ。
Okada is like legitimately scared.
は？何そのバカっぽいセリフ。
5時間後のお前が言ったんだぞ。
捏造しないで。私が多 多分信じるみたいな論理性皆無の発言するわけないでしょ。
I'd like to have a word with future Kurisu. If this is how you're going to be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word.
タイムリープが成功したことを聞かされたお前は何の疑問もなく自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた、成功してよかったって思えたとも言った。そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。
私はそんなのだぜみたいな話し方しない。
お前が今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
Exposed. Kurisu's face suddenly turns red.
マイスプーンはすでに持っているそうだな。
そんなことまで話したのか。フラムザ5時間後の私。
She appears genuinely shocked for some reason, but I'm pretty sure she believes me now. That's the passcode.
ときみされたような気分よ。しかもよりによって岡部にと。
What does she think I'm going to do?
でもあんたの言うことは信じてよさそうね。詳しく聞かせて。
I explain everything to Kurisu again. I'm able to organize my thoughts better since this is my second time.
なるほどね。あんたの言うことが事実ならかなりまずい状況だな。
There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan before then.
5時間後の私は時間順序保護仮説かもって言ってたらしいけど、それともちょっと違う気がする。あの仮説は因果率が狂う恐れがあるから、タイムトラベルの可能性は量子論により否定されるっていうものよ。でもタイムリープの場合、タイムパラドックスはそもそも起きない。
Two of me don't exist at the same time, and I can't bring anything with me to the past. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe. So at the very least, time leaping can't cause a grandfather paradox.
やはり世界の意志だ。宇宙そのものが検閲をするかのように、俺が歪ませた事象の修正を行っているとしか思えない。
だとしたらタイムリープじゃマユリは救えないっていうことになる。何をしたって修正されちゃうんだから。
そんなのは認めない。
Yeah, me neither. Riot!
世界の意思説は非現実的すぎる。私は支持したくない。
多世界解釈ならどうだ。マユリが死なない可能性を観測できれば解決だ。
多世界解釈か。マユリの死に方がいつも違うっていうのは関係あるのかな。でも重ね合わせ状態になっているいくつもの可能性世界は相互観測が不可能なのに、あんたはどうして観測できてるの？
それはこの俺の特殊能力であるリーディングシュタイナー。
ダメだこいつ、早く何とかしないと。
他に説明のしようがない。
特殊能力ってあんたね、もしかしてそれ本気で言ってたのか？
ふざけているつもりはないぞ。
Our D-mail experiments proved that I can somehow perceive changes in timeline when they occur. It's an ability I seem to only possess. That only I seem to possess.
知らないけど、そんな不確定的なものを頼る気にはなれない。だいたいどの可能性を観測するかを制御しようがないんだから、多世界解釈だろうがなんだろうが、マユリが死なない可能性に至るのは無理よ。
待て、これでは話が進まないではないか。解釈の話はいいから 俺たちにできることを考えるべきだ。
タイムリープじゃ結果は変えられない。さっきそう言った。
じゃあどうするんだ。
落ち着け。
落ち着いていられるか。俺が一体何度マユリの死を目の当たりにしたと思ってるんだ。
Yeah. Okabe is at the brink of losing it.
あいつが無残に血を流して生き絶えていくのを俺は目の前で何度も見ていたんだ。何度も。
He needs a break. He does.
見ているこ
Yeah.
としかできなかったんだ。
I hear my teeth grinding in my skull. Recalling that despair, that feeling of utter powerlessness, makes me want to lash out at everything within reach.
感情に身を任せてたって何も解決しない。
当事者じゃないからそんなに冷静でいられるんだろう。
そうね。私には5時間後のことはわからない。正直なところ実感が湧かない。でもあんたの言ってることを信じてないわけじゃない。岡部がしっかりしなきゃ。
Kurisu passed my arm. Her hand is warm and her touch is gentle. How American of her.
悪かった。
She's right. Getting emotional won't solve anything. I need to calm down. Calm
そ
down.
もそも原因が違うのに必ず同じ結果に至るというのが解せない。因果が歪んでいるとしか思えない。
マユリの死の原因は桐生萌香が発砲するじゃなくてもっとマクロなことなんじゃない？タイムマシンを作ったことが、あるいはセルンにハッキングしたことがバレたことあたりね。その結果としてマユリが死ぬ。そう考えるなら因果は歪んでないって言える。
前に背中を押されて電車にひかれるのもそれで説明できるのか。
あ、そっか。でも因果率は絶対のルールなのよ。それを否定したら全ての物理学も否定されてしまう。だから必ずマユリが死ぬのには原因がある。
その原因さえわかるならなんとかなるかも。
そうでもない。
どういうことだ。
その原因となる出来事がいつ起こったというのが問題になってくる。あまり時間が経っているようだと対処できないわ。
タイムリープマシンがあるから携帯電話を持っている時代の範囲内ならどこへでも戻れるはずだろう。
戻れない。予測だけどタイムリープマシンは一度に最長で48時間しか跳躍できないと思う。
Ah, that's the cap that Snazzle, I think, was talking about. 48 hours. I can only go back 2 days?
なぜ今さらそんなことを。
今さらってタイムリープマシンが完成したのはついさっきじゃない。
That's true.
5時間後のお前も言わなかった。
あ、そういうことか。言い出すタイミングがなかったのかも。
で48時間しか飛べない理由は。
わからない。私もマシンのすべての原理や構造を理解して作ったわけじゃないから。連続での跳躍は可能よ。タイムリープマシンが存在している限りね。例えば10年後までタイムリープマシンが壊れずに残っていたのなら10年の時間を遡ってくることはできる。単純計算で1825回タイムリープする必要があるからかなりのリスクになりそうだけど、とにかく理論上は可能なの。
だったら何も問題は。
大あり。 言ったでしょ、タイムリープマシンが存在している限りって。あのマシンはいつ完成した？
Just now.
そう、ほんの1時間前。
So it is capped at this
8月
moment.
13日の午後2時ぐらい。それ以前には存在していない。マシンを使うのは今日の2時以降じゃないと不可能なのよ。
つまり過去方向へは
Count 48 hours back.
8月11日の14時までしか行けないと。
Kurisu nods, her expression grave.
おそらく
改良できないのか。
将来的にできるかもしれないけど、今のこの状況じゃ無理。もっときちんとした設備のあるところでお金をたくさん使ってきちんとしたパーツを使えばなんとかなるかもしれないけど。
Honestly, in my head right now, it's just like duct tape, and somehow it worked.
それをやろうとしてもどうせ
Incredible.
セルンに潰されると思う。未来の私かあんたが未だにタイムリープしてきていないという回で証明終了かな。
So basically,
結局何もできないということではないか。タイムリープマシンがあっても5時間後にマユリがセルに殺される運命は結局避けられないのかよ。
I mean, with 48 hours, I think you can do a lot of things, potentially. At least we're not leaping. We're not just limited to the 3-ish hours that we've been using previously. At that moment, I hear a sound from outside the window. What? Is it Moika? Did she overhear us? I dash to the window and look down at the street. It's Suzuha. Her bicycle has fallen over and she's scurrying to pick it up. Our eyes meet. Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. It looks like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out from here. I call out to Suzuha, but she leaps on her bike and zips away. Can she just hear really well, or does she like bug our apartment or something? She's acting strange. I smell a conspiracy. I love conspiracy. Moika was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? It's too dangerous to trust anyone. Suzuha has exhibited suspicious behavior, though not as much as Moika has. She's openly hostile towards Kurisu, and she was able to take down CERN's hit squad single-handedly. I wonder if this missing father of hers really exists. Could he be the John Titor who's been posting on the internet? What is the meaning behind the name Beryl Titor? Instinct tells me that she knows something. I dash out of the lab.
ちょっとどこ行くの?
Oh, maybe the windows are open. Right? Because Suzuha has told us once that like if the windows are open, she can practically hear everything down there. Maybe, yeah. I know I don't have much chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. According to my memories of the future, Suzuha is supposed to remain at the Braun Tube workshop until 6:30 this evening. But when she overheard me talking to Kurisu, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. This has to mean something. Suzuha's already out of sight, but when she left, she was headed for Chuodori. I wonder if her phone's on. Maybe I should just try calling her. Come to think of it, this reminds me of something. On the day she failed to meet her father, she disappeared without a word. Just an email saying bye. And the satellite disappeared. So that satellite probably was hers. I searched the town, but I couldn't find her, so I sent an email that changed the past in order to make her stay. I'm pretty sure I lost her near the station back then. What happened on that timeline? Where did Suzuha go after failing to find her father? Time leaped to a different time? Time traveled, rather, to a different time, most likely. I searched up and down Chiodori, but find no trace of Suzuha on her bike, or her bike. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here in Akiba. I combed the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her anywhere. I lost sight of her here before, so I thought she might be close by. Maybe I should corner her on my next time leap. Press her for answers before she can escape. I don't think you'll win. This girl is clearly, like, trained. I'd better get back to the lab. Welcome in, Werger. And I hope I pronounced that right. Happy Friday. Thinking too hard on time travel stuff just gives you a headache. I understand. It becomes very circular, right? I try to keep it straight, and that's why I have a notebook with me, but even with it, sometimes I'm like, I don't remember what happened. Okay. I start walking away from the station, but just then, the people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. Is it a satellite? Did it take up and leave? No, not the sky. The satellite embedded in the roof of Radikan. Why now? It's been there for 2 weeks. It's practically a landmark now. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn around and look up too. It's taking off. I bet. Let's go. The lights on the satellite are blinking. Someone inside? Who? Amane Suzuha, 100% bet. The satellite has remained silent through all of my previous time leaps. What has changed? Obviously, the fact that Suzuha overheard my conversation with Kurisu. Previously, I lost sight of her at the station. In other words, right next to Radikan. Suzuha must be up there. Everyone's staring at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in without being noticed. The shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Moika. I summon my courage and crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. What is she trying to do? Oh my gosh. Are we finally gonna confirm? Is she John Titor? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Is it even a satellite? Nobody knows for sure. I checked online. No satellites fell out of orbit that day. When they do, whether by accident or design, they usually burn up in the atmosphere. It's impossible for one to land in such perfect condition. So what is it then? A jolt suddenly runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? Let's go! There's only one way to know for sure. I need to get there before Suzuha does something. The elevator and escalator aren't operating, so I bound out the stairs, 2 at a time. My lungs gasp and my legs burn, but I force my body to carry me to the top. There's the satellite lodged in Radikan's roof. I notice wires holding it in place. The police must have done that so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side of the machine. I see someone moving inside. Hello, my friend. Let's go. The person freezes when I shout. I run to the satellite. Suzuha turns to me with a sad expression. Behind her, I can see the interior of the satellite. It's surprisingly simple without the switches and buttons you'd expect. Instead, there's a black box the size of a desktop PC. There are numbers on the screen: 2010, 08, 13, and below that, 1975, 08, 13. Suzuha reaches out to press a button. Sparks burst from the panel. She jerks back, her fingertips burn.
何をしている？
動かない。
動かし方を知っているのか？
It's hers! She doesn't reply. I see her shoulders sag.
動かないよ。
No sparks had to be wow, I can't talk right now. Those sparks had to be from an electric short. My eyes are burning from the smoke.
答えろ。天音鈴葉。
I swallow hard, then ask the question.
これはタイムマシンだ。
Let's go.
お前はタイムトラベラーなのか？
Are you John Titor? With her head hung low, Suzuha nods.
私が
John Titor.
ジョン・タイターだ。
Yes! Oh, I'm so happy. Let's go. Okay. I was right. I'm very pleased with myself. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away from the station. Suzuha has calmed down a bit, so I start pressing her for answers.
お前がジョン・タイターとはどういうことだ？
そのまんまの意味だよ。アットチャンネルに書き込んでたジョン・タ
Dun
イター
dun
は
dun. I know.
男だと思っていた。
Suzuha smiles humorously.
まんまと騙された。カムフラージュの意味もあるんだよね。
Exciting for us viewers too. I'm always happy to try to make it exciting for people who have already experienced this before. I don't know how, but I'm glad to hear that, Maki. Let's go.
何から隠れようとしていた。
Is she actually looking for her father? Why is she looking for her father? Is it a lie? I have so many questions.
セルン、
ジョン・タイターとして書き込んだことはもしかして。
Yeah, so she comes from a future where CERN actually controls the world. And she most likely is trying to stop that?
そう。一部を除いて、ほとんどが事実。
It's those It's those exceptions that bother me.
お前は2036年から来たというのか？あの人工衛星、いやタイムマシンに乗って。
本当は正体明かさないままでいようと思ったんだけどさ。よりによってマシンが故障してるなんて。
So in that other timeline, then her time machine didn't break then, or she somehow fixed it because it was gone, right? Oh, that's half the fun, isn't it? When somebody who already experienced this is watching you, what are you thinking is happening, and all that. I don't know. Maybe you gotta ask someone else in the chat. This is my first time playing this, so I have no idea what's going on. And actually, like, I have seen I've watched like the first tiny bit of the anime, but I never finished it. And so, like, I guess I didn't make it to like the quote-unquote good parts of it. So I vaguely knew that there was like gel bananas and there's time travel, but that's about it. This is far more exciting than I could hope for, though, to be honest. My time machine went and broke on me. Yeah, so like in that other timeline, she must have a operating time machine because the satellite was gone the next day.
だがタイターのタイムマシンはシボルエに積まれていたはず。
シボルエ車だけそれどこからの情報
Wait a second. Was that a different John Titor?
2000年に現れたタイターが自分でそう言った。
2000年
Is there another John Titor? Me on a different world line. Oh, and this is when I'm glad that I am keeping notes like a freaking nerd. But our very first starting world is an entirely different world line. Like, she doesn't even have memories. She doesn't even have settings of that. Like, that's vastly different from where we are now.
少なくとも私は2000年には行ってない。2036年からまっすぐここに来た。
At least I haven't been to 2000. I came straight here from 2036. Okay. That created a lot of questions for me. The John Titor person is the real thing. Oh, like IRL? I'll look into it. That's cool. I didn't know. So it was someone else? It's true that Titor never posted in 2000, but on the current world line. Not on the current world line. It doesn't matter. I will worry about that later. Oh, is it? I did not know that. I'll look it up another time. That sounds like a cool background knowledge to know.
お前は何を知っている?
I press Suzuha for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape. Kabedon?
さっき俺とクリスの話を聞いていたな。なぜあんなに慌ててタイムマシンに向かった？お前は何をしようとしたんだ？
私のせいかと思って。
何？
私がここでのんびりしてたせいでセルンの好きにさせちゃったんだ。ねえ、本当なの
Suzuha suddenly grabs my shoulders.
椎名真由里が
間後にセルに殺されるって本当？
So interesting. So there's CERN. There must be another like slightly different, for lack of a better word, organization or group that's like anti-CERN. And because she sounds like she is here on a mission, right? So that's more or less of a... It sounds less of a personal thing, but more like an agent of sorts, which would also explain why she is so good physically. The entire... Wow, I can't read. The entire idea behind the series is what if conspiracy theories were real. Did not know that, but that's cool. I love conspiracy theories.
事実だ。俺は5時間後からタイムリープしてきた。
タイムリープ。君たちのタイムマシン完成したんだ。
それより答えろ。お前の生徒はどういうことなんだ？
Alright, give me answers, girl. Suzuha bites her lips and looks away. She's way too nice to be some hardcore agent. That is true. But like, are we done saying the future is just... I don't know. What is her story? Tell me, Suzuha.
全部話すよ。私のこと
Yes.
話さなくちゃいけないと思う。君とマキセ・クリスには。
Kurisu. That's right. She hates her guts. Why Kurisu? I guess I'll find out if I let Suzuha talk. We should head back to the lab. But first... I offer Suzuha my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes it and ties it around her burned hand.
Thank you.
Oh, I like her. She should probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's no time for that. Mayuri's death is approaching. Knock knock. I just hope she's not in too much pain. As much as Okabe likes to boast, Makise is the smart one. Yes, she is. She is the brain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring. God, I'm so happy to hear Mayuri again. When we get to the lab, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I'd send them home. Mayuri gives me a ditzy answer when I asked him. I should have known she wouldn't stay away. Kurisu looks as worried as I am. She leans close and whispers into my ear.
どうする？
マユリには絶対事情を知られないようにするんだ。
Why? Don't you think she would be a little bit more compliant? If she knows? Kurisu nods slightly.
何こそこそ話してる？
あ、
何度も言うが、完成祝いはしない。
Aww.
おかり、付き合い悪いよ。
そういう問題ではなく。
I glance at Suzuha. She still looks depressed.
すずさん、元気
これから俺とクリスティーナと鈴葉で重要な話をする予定でな。だからお前たちには帰ってもらったのだ。
マヨシーも聞きたいよ。
Yeah, she's lab member like number 2 or something.
いや、マユシ、空気読んだ方がよくね。
でもすずさん落ち込んでるみたいだし、なんだかね、マユシーは心配なのです。ごめんね。
Suzuha hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death, but how is she related? That's what I'm here to find out.
椎名真由里と石田二人にも聞いてもらいたい。二人にも関係ある話だと思うし。
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with Suzuha actually here. I feel like they would be more compelled to comply with the actions and once they understand the gravity of the situation. But I echo that as well, Linnea. Like just do SSI, please, like now. If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's impending death. Why? Just so that they don't freak out or what? Then I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity, that she posted on @channel as John Titor, that the satellite is really a time machine, and that she came from the year 2036.
未来人すげえ。マジパネっす。握手してもらっていいですか？
誰？遊びではないんだぞ。
すずさんは何年生まれなの？
2017年。
Ah, she's already born.
7年後なんだ。まだ生まれてないのにここにいるんだね。
I get it. I understand, but I also feel like you can protect, but there comes a point where they should know. They deserve to know, right? I mean, we also do risk. I understand. Like, if we do tell her, Mayuri might be the kind of person that's like, like all these people are gonna die in the process or whatnot. Like, it's not worth. She might reach a different conclusion on her own. So I get it. Hi Tito, how are you today?
それで鈴葉、詳しく話してもらおう。
って言っても、タイターとして書き込んだ内容がほとんどすべて。
Yes, but I want more of your backstory.
私は2036年の未来から来た。その時代はセルンによって支配されたディストピアで、争いは完全に消えたけど、人々は自由を奪われてる。
ディストピア？
Oh my Yuri, dystopia? It's not easy to tell someone you're gonna die in 5 hours if it's not absolutely necessary. I think this is the logic. That's sure, I can understand.
極端な管理社会、全体主義、 まゆりがバナナを食べたいと思っても、今日がバナナを食べていい日でなければ食べることは許されない。もし食べたら裁判なしで実刑。そんな社会ってところ。
I love that Kurisu is trying to like put the phrasing in to explain it with bananas. All right.
それは困るよ。マユシーはバナナ大好きなのに。
It's so sad. Forget about the bananas.
私はさ、セルンの支配からの解放のために戦うレジスタンスなの。
Part of the resistance fighting to free humanity from CERN's control. Right, so it is like a revolutionary force, if anything. That makes sense.
タイムトラベルしてきたのは、そんな今を。君たちからしたら未来になるのか。未来を変えるため。
To change the future. She doesn't sound like she's joking.
じゃあ、お父さんを探してるっていうのは？
I think we can learn a lot from Suzuha. Like she Hey Tommy, how are you today? I think she seems to be very at least semi-experienced. Maybe not. Because what she said that she came straight to this timeline, so it's not like she has all these past knowledge of potential timeline finagling. Okay. I was hoping that we would get like an experienced time traveler. The rules of time must be respected. Yes, yes. So far, it seems that way. Suzuha doesn't answer. Does that mean it was a lie?
セルンは研究機関であって、権力を持つ統治機関じゃない。私は何度もネット上でジョン・タイターにそう訴えてきた。
Online?
まさかお前、栗ご飯とカメハメハか。
I would love that. I would love that if both of those are her. Oh, we found her account. We found her like fortune accounts. My god, let's go. Kurisu turns red and looks away.
タイターの中の人が名乗り出たんだから、私も名乗り出ないとフェアじゃないでしょ。
ならば、俺もそれに習おう。俺は王院京馬というマナで。
Love how this game walks the edge of trademark violation by just changing one letter. I know. You're fearless. Everyone knows you're Hoin Kyoma.
それは知ってる。
I love that. Suzuha frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Kurisu. She clears her throat and continues.
セルンは2036年でも研究機関だよ。世界を支配してるのはセルンのバックにいる300人委員会ってやつら。
Secret backers, the Committee of 300. We've read that before. That name was in CERN's top secret documents.
セルンがタイムマシーン開発に成功したことで、彼らは時間っていう4つ目の次元に干渉できる唯一の存在になった。その結果、たった2年で世界の秩序は全て塗り替えられたってわけ。
Just 2 years, but that's only the objective time. I bet CERN's time travelers spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundations of CERN's rule. Yeah?
そんでもって マキセ・クリス。
Why do these characters know the name of one of the prototypes of your species? Well, Tito, this is a game where what if the conspiracy theories are real? So clearly, of course you're included. Suha glares at Kurisu.
2036年において君はタイムマシンの母として
She's the mother of the time machine.
数形
Apotheosized.
日本語で OK。
数形あがめ敬われているってこと。
She keeps using unusual vocabulary, or maybe that's the normal vocabulary in 2036.
敬われ
Maybe.
てって私が
I mean, she works in a lab, right? It's entirely possible that she later on gets
タイムリープの
involved.
概念を史上初めて発見し、その後もセルンのタイムマシン開発に貢献した人物。それが私の聞かされたマキセ・クリスっていう人間よ。
Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy?
ならば俺がタイムマシンの父だな。
You don't exist. It's 2010.
岡部倫太郎はテロリスト扱いされてる。結構有名。
I love this future. What? Well, I mean, knock on wood. Twitch, TOS, don't, ban me. But that's so interesting that Okarin turns out to be a terrorist. I wonder if it's terrorist by the definition of CERN or just like terrorist in general. Seriously? I'm a terrorist in the future?
私がセルンでタイムマシン開発に携わるっていうこと？信じられない。セルンは人体実験までしてるのよ。科学者の風上にも置けないそんな連中のところになんて行くつもりはない。
People can change a lot in 10 years.
でも未来ではそうなってた。
未来の私はなんて言ってた？
会ったことは一度もないよ。それに2036年にはもう亡くなってたし。今さらっとすごいこと言われた。私って50歳まで生きられないってこと？私の時代では極端に長生きの人と不審な亡くなり方をする若い人の2種類がいた。セルンに逆らうような言動をする人はどんどん消されていった。
Erased.
私も。
I said that was extremely weird for her to say, because it's not like a very Japanese thing to do. It's almost like, yeah, it's just really weird by full names. And I guess that makes sense if these are all like historical figures to her. So she invents the time machine, starts moralizing over it, and they get rid of her. Yeah? That sounds about right. Suzuha looks into Kurisu's eyes. For once, she's not glaring at Kurisu.
もしかしたら君もセルンに利用されたのかもしんないね。
Mm-hmm.
例えば両親を人質に取られて
Yeah.
無理やり研究させられたとか。
That was my other guess. Like, maybe she was forced. Much like what Moika had been saying about what she was going to do with Okabe. Yeah, Tito, watch on. See what happens. I'm curious too. Kurisa's mother is in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN kidnapping her while Kurisu is away. After all, I watched Moika kill Mayuri in cold blood.
ラウンダー。
何それ。
セルンの傭兵部隊というところか。
Does she know? She should know. Yeah, she does know. Hi, Riku! Welcome in. How are you? Happy Friday? Saturday? Depending on where you are.
名目上はセルンとは独立した技術調査班って位置づけだけどさ、実態は汚れ役もこなす何でもや。
Thanks for the biddy, Tommy. I appreciate it a lot. They're an independent technology research firm. In reality, they do dirty work for CERN all over the world, right? I mean, it is important to have that sort of detached, have someone doing all the dirty work, and that's entirely separate from the organization. According to Moika, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s, the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN, or eliminate them if they will not.
やっぱりこの時代にもすでに存在してるんだね。私はずっとラウンダーの連中と戦ってたんだ。
Thanks, Linnea. The little plenties. I think they're cute too.
汚れ役ってことは、まさか誘拐とか暗殺とかも。
Oh, Daru, thank you. Finally, he's catching on. Suzuha looks to me with a question in her eyes. I shake my head.
私の時代ではそういうこともしてた。今はまだそこまでしてないんじゃないかな。
Daru's visibly relieved.
ねえ、あまねさん。あなたさっきジョン・タイターとして語ったことはほぼ全て事実だって言ったよね。
そうだよ。
ということは、あなたは世界の構造について把握してるっていうこと？エベレット・ホイーラーモデル、いわゆる多世界解釈で説明できるってあなたは書いていたはず。
Oh boy, background knowledge, let's
あ
go.
れはフェイク情報。セルンに目をつけられないためのカムフラージュ。本当の中に嘘を一つ混ぜると、途端に全体が嘘くさく見えるんだ。
じゃあ、把握はしてないのね。
してるよ。2036年ではさ、世界の構造は解明されてるんだ。多世界解釈じゃなかった。
Okay. You guys, we unfortunately need to run an ad, but I'm gonna, of course, as always, in true Junie manner, leave you guys with a cliffhanger. So we're gonna run ads super quickly, and we will be right back and understand the universe from Steins Gate's point of view. All right? I'll see you on the other side. Back super quick. welcome back. Let us hop over to Steins Gate again. Oh, I just messed up my settings. Give me 1 second. Okay. I just realized I haven't been shouting out people in a very long time, so we're gonna take an opportunity to do that really quick. I don't have fancy embeds, so we're just gonna let my bots do its things. Lenia is super cool. Lenia does a lot of indie games and comfort stuff, so if you guys like that, she's definitely check her out, and she's super, super patient with her games. If you like slow pacing things with like wonderful sense of silly humor, Lenia's great. There is also, I'm not gonna get this right, Tommy, who was here, maybe still here. Tommy was playing Fortnite, but the few times that I dropped by Tommy's stream, and I really should go by more often, he plays truck simulators a lot and has wonderful soothing music in the background, and it's just very relaxing overall. You guys can probably tell, like, this is the crew that I chill with. I'm all about relaxing. Relaxing gamers. And Amazon. Did I spell that right? I hope I did. Amazon is also really great. She is super, super talented with graphics design. She did the sub badges, and she also hosts a wonderful streams as well. She's super fun. Does community nights a lot too, so really, really friendly. All right, did I miss anyone else? I think that's it. So yeah, just a quick shout out to my friends. But I'm gonna do a shameless quick little plug too. I have a Discord. So if you guys want schedule updates, stream notifications, I promise I don't ping all that crazy often. Discord is there. And sometimes I do guerrilla streams, so that would be the best place to sort of know about schedule ahead of time. And that's it. That's all the ads I'm gonna give you guys today. So I guess to anyone who has played this game before, we're gonna go for another 50 minutes or so. So help me look for a good time to pause. And I promise I'll listen this time. I think last time Swazo was like desperately trying to tell me to stop, and I was like, no, I will continue. But I will try to actually listen this time. All right. Big brain stuff. Let's go. Tell us how the universe works, Suzuha.
本当に詳しく教えて。
And the scientist is leaking from Kurisu.
アトラクタフィールド。
Attractor fields?
そう岡部倫太郎にはメールで直接教えたよね。
それどんな解釈なの？
世界は世界線とアトラクタフィールドでできてる。
Suzuha walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up a ball of red yarn. She holds one end of the yarn and drops the ball to the floor, then holds about a meter of yarn in front of her face.
世界の構造はより糸みたいなものなの。いくつもの可能性世界線が重ね合わせの状態になってて、常に無限個に枝分かれしてってるわけ。
That's actually a very nice visual aid.
全体を見ると一本に見えるけど、ミクロなレベルだとより細い糸が絡み合うように世界を構成してる。そして最終的にはそれらの細い糸は一つに収束する。経過は違うけど結果は同じになる。
So there is a destiny in this universe. Or rather, there are several destinies?
それって決定論じゃない？
Yeah, determinism.
近いかもね。でももうちょっとアバウト。多世界解釈とコペンハーゲン解釈のいいとこ取りって感じ。
分岐はするが結末は同じ。ということは、世界は結局一つなのか。
そういうこと。で、その収束範囲内にある世界線の束がアトラクタフィールド。
A bundle of war lines that share a point of convergence is called an attractor field. Okay.
アトラクタフィールドもたくさんある。
Usually when you hear me read out what a character says, it usually means it's above my pay grade. So I need to like read it to understand it again. So there are many destinies in that way.
アトラクタフィールドアルファ。範囲内にあるのはアルファ世界線。
Suzuha then cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white yarn.
青がアトラクタフィールドベータで、黄色がガンマで、白がデルタとして。
And we're taking notes. Because no freaking way am I going to remember. So there's alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. Okay.
それぞれベータ世界線やガンマ世界線やデルタ世界線を範囲内にたくさん内包してる。それこそ何億っていう数をね。
But there are only 4 conversions. She twists the different color strings together and then stretches them out as one fat, multicolored string.
アトラクタフィールドもこんな風にいくつも重ね合わせ状態になってる。それぞれのアトラクタフィールドごとでは起きる事象も収束する結果も違う。干渉性は喪失してるわけ。それぞれが独立を保ってる。元をたどれば一つだし、アトラクタフィールドもさらにマクロな視点で見れば収束するけど、そのスパンは何百年っていうレベルなんだ。より大きな分岐と見ればいいかな。
So even the attractor fields converge. You can think of the attractor fields as very long war lines.
エロゲに例えたらどういうこと？教えて、エロい人。
It's okay that we can just give up understanding. Don't worry about it. There's countless attractor fields too. Okay. So the reason why she's had said like alpha, beta, whatever, that's really for illustration purposes. It's not really like a thing necessarily. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
いや、エロゲに例えるのは間違っていない。ヒロイン個別ルート。
Okay, but why? Why do you entertain? Why do you humor him? Oh my god.
しかし最後には必ずトゥルールートに入ってグランドエンディングを迎える。
共通ルートが長いか短いか、それが問題だ。 ちなみに僕だったらせっかくだから妹キャラのアトラクタフィールドを選ぶぜ。
勝手にしろ。
I like that they're drawing parallels to the medium in which the story itself is told. I love it. That's cool. But still.
私にはそのエロゲってのがよくわかんないんだけど。
It's okay, Suzuha. Don't worry about it. You don't just remain.
真剣に受け取らなくていいわよ。
I did a good job. Yay. I didn't scream. I didn't wake you up, Rufus. I hope you had a good rest. We're still going for another 40-ish minutes. Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is the event upon which this attractor field converges. But that means the world really is killing Mayuri.
でもさ、それじゃ未来を変えるなんて無理じゃね？結局収束しちゃうんでしょ？何をしたって結果は同じじゃん。
No problem, Rufus. Anytime. That's right. That's why Mayuri dies no matter how many times I leap. Oh, that's gotta be the most hopeless feeling
ア
ever.
トラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外に出るの。
Okay.
範囲外。
How do we do that?
つまりアトラクタフィールドベータにあるベータ世界線に飛び移るってこと。
Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Badger. How are you doing? What were you playing? Thank you for the raid, as always. Ah. Hey, Badger. Hey, Moose. How are you? Play some Fortnite. Got any dubs? 42. Did I spell that right? We'll see. Yeah, nice. Congratulations. Welcome in, everybody. We are playing Steins Gate, which is a visual novel. And we are in some pretty big brain stuff right now that is trying to explain how the universe works in the story. And we discovered that in order to save our friend Mayuri, best girl in the game, I will not take any disagreements on that one. We have to not only jump world line, but somehow jump away from destiny of this attractor field. I am in Ferocious. Yes, thank you. No worries at all. Welcome in. I'm glad to have you here. All right. Let us continue.
干渉できないんじゃん。
So if any of you guys had a lot of excitement at Badger's channel, feel free to lurk and have a wonderful nap, as Rufus can attest to. So we'll keep it chill here. Attractor fields cannot. Everyone was a horny mess. Oh my.
アトラクタフィールド同士が完全に分岐しちゃったらね。でもまさに分岐しようとしている瞬間なら。
Oh no. Don't be. No, you can. No, I was more poking fun at myself, Moose. You do you. It's perfectly fine. You can be excited, you can be. I'm just saying that I can offer a very sleep-inducing stream. I have been stuck on Friday the 13th all stream, Rufus. We've been I'm actually quite surprised that I slept through it because this has been a fairly stress-inducing stream so far. We've been traveling the same 6-hour time frame over and over and over again, watching our friend die multiple ways, and been so helpless in saving her. And we finally reached out and got help from our genius friend, and we found another time traveler who is offering us some very valuable knowledge that may help us finally save her. So hopefully, I don't think we can do it at a stream, fingers crossed, but hopefully we will actually be able to save her. Alright, let's go.
それが今だっていうこと？
ダイバージェンスが大きく変わる分岐点は2010年にあるって私は教わった。
A major divergence point occurs in 2010, so that is the year that we're in. Right? Did I read that wrong? Only separate if we go to the instant they diverge. Yeah. Earth-shattering event causes divergence at an attractor field level. Wait a second. Hold on. This is weird because, like, what is the causation one way or the other, right? Because year 2000 was also when John Titor landed in like an entirely different world line, might even be an entirely different attractor field too. And we know that 10 years ago, we had like a huge fever as well, right? And I need to look back and remember like what had happened, but it was like something changed. I need to comb through my notes. In 1991 or in 2010, Okabe Rintaro is 19. Was he born in 1991? The fall of the Berlin Wall. Maybe I'm on the wrong path of trying to tie all of this back to Okabe. I don't know. Curious.
なんで2000年と1991年なの？
I should have just read.
どっちも世界規模の大きな事件があったじゃん。
事件
？1991年はソ連崩壊だな。だが
Collapse of the Soviet
2001年
Union.
なら同時多発テロがあったか。
2000年は2000年問題の年だよ。
Oh, yep, the millennial
あれって騒がれた割には
millennium issue.
大した問題は起きなかったぞ。
それは今私たちがいるこのアルファ世界線が2000年問題が起きなかった可能性世界だから。
Okay, I was on the wrong line. I was on the wrong track here. So they're talking about like actual historical events. Thanks, Badger. Appreciate the raid. Have a good one. Interesting. So they're talking about like, you know, potentially in a different world line, a Soviet Union, the Soviet Union was intact. And then continue on to that. Y2K did occur.
そして
So what's going on in 2010?
今年って何か大きな事件起きたかな。今年最大の事件は
The time traveling, the time leap.
人
Okay.
類史上初のタイムマシン開発成功以外に何があるっての？あ、そっか、そうだよね、すごい。
もう一つ疑問が。
Kurisa keeps plowing ahead. I guess that's what makes her a scientist.
重ね合わせ状態にある世界線ってパラレルワールドってわけじゃないんでしょ。
Oh, we haven't been reading tips. All right, we gotta read a little bit of these. Determinism came up earlier, so let's read that first. All right. The school of philosophy that states that every event is predetermined by previous events. The past determines the present determines the future. Even though we may think that we are acting of our own free will, in truth, we are only following a predetermined path. Those who subscribe to determinism often cite the thought experiment of Laplace's demon for an intellect which at a certain moment would know all forces that set nature in motion and all positions of all items which nature is composed. Nothing would be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be present before its eyes. Okay. Parallel world. Wow. Tongue. A universe that exists separate from ours. It is believed that some parallel worlds may be strikingly similar to ours, even containing duplicates of ourselves.
違うよ。あくまで可能性世界線が同時に存在しているだけ。
Isn't it very like quantum-ish?
そうだとして世界線間の観測はどうやるの？神の視点でも持たなきゃ無理なんじゃない？
普通ならね。でも
Suzuha looks at me. Don't tell me.
リーディングしたいなか。
Oh my god. We were having such a serious moment. And here we are, reading Steiner. Let's go.
そういうネーミングなの？岡部倫太郎には世界線を越えて観測ができるっていう特殊な力がある。そうよね。
ああ。
それが鍵になる。君の特殊な力が世界をセルンの支配っていう呪縛から解き放つ鍵。
And how did we become a terrorist?
今の君は神に匹敵する存在なんだよ。
Oh, that's why she called us the Messiah before, right? I know, no pressure. Save us from this hell, but JK, no pressure. Take it easy, right?
俺の力が。
Oh gosh.
アトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外、ベータ世界線へ到達すれば収束する結果も変わる。
I feel a shiver of excitement. But the thing is, it's interesting to think about all of this, right? Because it's not quite like quantum in a way that, like, you know, what you observe is actually the true event, right? It's not like all the possibilities collapse back onto itself. Like, the worlds where Mayuri dies still very much exist.
助けられるのか。
We're going to live in a world where Mayuri doesn't die. So is that really saving her? We're not saving anybody, we're just going to a different world line. Or am I not understanding this at all? I can save my Yuri? Suzuha nods firmly. Then I must do it. I have no choice.
ちょっと待って。
Kurisu, however, is not so enthusiastic.
それ本当に全部正しいの？天音さんの妄想が混じってる可能性は？
なに？妄想なんか混じってないよ。
It's a valid question.
落ち着け。別に喧嘩を売ってるわけじゃない。ただ疑問なのよ。そもそもどうしてあなたは岡部が持ってる力とか2010年の岡部や私がこの秋葉原にいるって知ってたの？
I think there is just one active world line at the moment. Active as in the one where our consciousness, I mean Okabe's consciousness is in, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the others are just possibilities of what could have happened. So it is more like the quantum. Like it only when we observe it. Okay. So it must be observed to be, I feel like I'm running out of vocabulary to describe this game, but like it must be observed to be quote unquote true. Okay, and we are the observer, if anything. Okabe remembers them all, but they may not exist anymore. That is... And now we're going, like, now my brain is going a little philosophical. But like, from a different person's perspective, what are they observing? Okay, anyway, sorry. That's like a... That's a conversation with no end. So let's continue.
2017年生まれにしては詳しすぎじゃない？
She has a point. Everyone looks to Suzuha.
父さんの遺書にそうあった。
So there was, I mean, of course, if she was born, she has a father, but like the whole looking for a father might be a thing. The opening theme is called Sky-Clad Observer for what it's worth, so I might be onto something with that word. Maybe. His will?
遺書ってどういうこと？私がタイムトラベルを決意したのは父さんの遺書を読んだから。父さんは私が所属してるレジスタンスの設立メンバーの一人で、セルンとは別にタイムマシンの研究をしてたの。未来を変えるための研究をね。でも父さんもセルンに殺されて。
That's why.
だから私は父さんの意志を継いでここにいる。
ごめんなさい。
In quantum particles' case, these possibilities collapse to one variation at the moment of the observation, stay that way forever. Yeah, it's not quite accurate. I agree with that. So what you're saying is the past, present, and future, all these possibilities continue to exist. They exist, but it's only the one where it's observed by Okarin that is, again, limited vocabulary, true. I guess we could say that. We could go with that for now, and we'll see if we want to modify that understanding going forward. Okay, what's the conversation? CERN killed him. So if we crush CERN, I guess the question is also how. If we crush CERN now, like there's a possibility that his dad might live, right? Suzuha doesn't look at Kurisu. She still seems to have a grudge against her. Kurisu would never actively cooperate with CERN. I know that, but I just can't say it in front of Suzuha. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Kurisu as responsible for the problems of the future. But if that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Kurisu? Wouldn't that change the future too? Maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, my Yuri dies. Similarly, it may be impossible for Suzuha to kill Kurisu, no matter how much she may want to. Suzuha clears her throat as if to change the subject.
2010年の秋葉原、ここでタイムマシンが作られたことで、セルンのタイムマシン開発が加速した。それを阻止する方向に歴史を導くことが必要なんだよ。
阻止ってどうやって？
セルンは俺たちの存在に気づいている。
This is also the world line where CERN has a direct line to the lab, right? Yeah, it is. That's clear from Moika's attack.
原因は君たちが一番最初にタイムマシンを使った時のメールデータだと思う。父さんはそう予測してた。
メールデータ
The first email? I once explained to a streamer that CERN is a real organization. Panic ensued.
だから僕のハッキングはバレてないって言ってんだろ。
With a C though, not an S. So hopefully they're better.
でもメールデータって
あれじゃないかな。クリスちゃんが死んじゃったっていうオカリンのメール。
Oh, this is where my head is gonna explode. Okay. So when we sent that one, that was in a world line where John Titor visited in year 2000. That was like a different attractor field, right? A time machine was not invented by them. Was it entirely sent by fluke? Right, the email I sent to Daru right after Dr. Nakabatsu's conference.
あれね。
Back then, we hadn't yet realized that the phone wave name subject to change was a time machine. Yeah, it was entirely by fluke
そ
then.
の時空を超えたメールもきっと捉えられてる。
あの時からもうバレていたと。
This is even before I try to get a specific ending such fun. I know. I think my brain will break in the next 20 hours of playtime. Come to think of it, the first time I met Moika was the day after I sent that email.
泳がされてたんだな、僕ら。
マユシーはね、平泳ぎが得意だよ。
はいはい。水中 M 字開脚、水中 M 字開脚。
しかし、一体どうやって補足を？メールなんて世界中で1日に何億という数が送られているんだぞ。
Hundreds of millions of emails are sent around the
セルン
world.
はエシュロンのネットワークを利用して
Echelon.
世界規模でタイムマシンについての情報を収集してるの。
Alright, let's read this. Oh man. I like that how it's under Chunibyo. Echelon. According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signal interception system based in the United States and operated by the National Security Agency, NSA. However, American authorities have never publicly admitted to the Echelon's existence, and no proof that it exists has ever been found. Oh, participating countries allegedly include the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but not France. CERN. As an ally of the United States, Japan can allow the construction of domestic echelon stations in exchange for access to the intercepted data. The Elephant Cage antenna array located in Misawa Air Base in Aomori, Japan is rumored to be one such station. These stations are set to intercept, collect, and analyze a wide range of signals, including private cell phone transmissions. Jesus. I want to assure everyone that Steins Gate is consistent throughout all of the plot and not hard to understand, but you're a little biased. Yeah, you are. And Warder, you got to teach me how to pronounce your name properly, but I'm using a guide and I'm gunning for the true end. If I don't do that, I think this playthrough will take me... I would never play anything besides Steingate. Like, it took us 20-something hours to get to this point. Maybe even close to 30, so we go very slow. So my struggle is more like, I need to make sense of this all, not how to get to a particular ending. Which I think is hard enough in and of itself already. But figured I should let you know. As an expert on conspiracies, you don't think this game will ever end? As much as I love Steins Gate, I have a backlog of hundreds of games that I need to get to, so it needs to end at some point. Rufus. But you're probably right, it doesn't ever end. It's just stuck in a closed time loop over and over again. As an expert on conspiracies, I understand the implications and they terrify me. No one else seems to get what Suzuha is saying though.
セルンはさ、自分たち以外のタイムトラベル研究についてエシュロンで常にアンテナを張って監視してるんだよ。
For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future.
だから捉えられた最初のメールデータをセルンのコンピューターから消去しなきゃ。そうすればセルンは君たちには気づかない。タイムマシンが2034年に完成することもなくなる。それどころかタイムマシンの研究そのものが頓挫するかも。
This game is like Death Stranding. You live in it now. I know. We're trapped forever. Oh, brain breaking. In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field where CERN doesn't build a time machine.
でもセルンのデータベースはハックしたけど、それっぽいデータなかったような。
IBN 5100
It all comes back to this goddamn machine that we had and lost.
Ooh.
That secret database that they have. If only there was someone who could do that, right, Daru?
あの中にきっとエシュロンから集めたデータが蓄積されてる。
誰よ。なぜもっと早く IBN5100 を使わなかったのだ。
いや、使わなかったのだとか言われても、そもそも持ってないし。
Not in this world line. We had one, yeah.
俺が手に入れてきたではないか。
はい。
Okay, I think before we continue, let me just go into the Ferocious Discord and say that we are... Never mind. I was thinking maybe we'll do a lurk, we'll do a raid message, but I don't know anything anymore. One thing at a time. All right, what did I miss? What did he say? We got one, remember? Yep, that's a different world line. Right, that was on a different world line. Thank you. We got it sorted out. On this world line, I've never found the IBN 5100.
私の役割はさ、君たちに IBN 5100を託すことなんだよ。
Oh, I like how it's a lot more specific than that. Suzuha shakes her head.
1975年に行って手に入れる。
1975, the year the IBN 5100 went to market. I know because the John Titor in 2000 said that was his mission. Was that John Titor Suzuha too? Anyway, if Suzuha can get us an IBN 5100, then we can leave this attractor field and jump to a beta war line where CERN never finds us and their time machine is never completed. Mayuri won't have to die.
よし。ならば全は急げだ。鈴葉には今すぐにでも1975年に飛んでもらおう。
Someone needs to fix her time machine, right? Like it's burnt.
そうしたいのは山々なんだけど。
Well, good thing we have Kurisu who might be able to help it. Suzuha bows her head apologetically. I look at her burnt hand. She's hiding it from Mayuri and Daru, but I can see the blood staining my handkerchief. It hurts to look at. Maybe we should get her to a doctor.
タイムマシンも壊れているんだな。
直せないの？
無理。私は父さんが作ったものに乗ってきただけだから。仕組みそのものはマニュアルを完璧に暗記してるけど。
That doesn't mean she knows how to repair it. And there's no guarantee that a time machine from 2036 can be repaired with today's technology.
タイムリープマシンで遡るのは？天音さんのタイムマシンが壊れる前へ。
っていうか、タイムリープマシン使う気なん？実験しないってことでファイナルアンサーじゃなかった？
I still haven't told Daru about my time leaping. There's no time to explain.
場合によっては使う。それで鈴葉よ。いつ壊れたかわかるか？
きっとこの前の深夜に降った雨だよ。マシンの中水浸しになってたから密閉されてるはずなのに。
あんだけ派手にビルに激突してんだし、その時に穴でも開いたんじゃね？
あれは激突したんじゃないよ。座標計算にわずかな誤差があったせいであそこに出現しちゃっただけ。
Oh.
あのマシンって結構不安定なんだよね。
それで雨が降ったのは何日だった？
10日の朝、夜明け前には降っていた。
Right, the time leap machine can only cover 48 hours in a single leap, and the time machine was completed today, the 13th, at 2 p.m. That means we can't go further back than 2 p.m. on the 11th.
ダメだ。タイムリープマシンじゃ届かない。
I thought we had a glimmer of hope.
直す努力はしてみるべきだと思うわけだが。
そうだよ。タイムマシンならね、時間はあんまり関係ないもん。
Kurisu, Suzuha, and I say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri will die. It's already 5:30. There's barely enough time to sneak into Rarikan, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Maybe I should leave now to 2 p.m. on the 11th. Then we'll have 2 full days to fix the machine.
みんな、小腹が空いただろう。空いたはずだ。
いきなりなんぞ。
マユシーは腹ペコです。
As expected from a glutton, I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet. That's like $100, more than $100 nowadays, I think. Less than $100?
それを食べながら改めて対策を練ろうではないか。
わあ、オカリ、こんな大金どうするの？
これで買ってこいと言っているのだ。釣りはいらんというより全部使い切ってこい。
I love how like Okabe is so fiscally irresponsible now that he knows he's gonna leap away. He's like, it's not my problem to deal with. Why does she speak on a third person? That's just kind of who she is, I think. I guess to a certain extent it could be viewed as cutesy, but that's just kind of who Mayuri is.
平然と1万円もおごってみせる。さすがオカリン。僕たちにできないことをやってのける。そこにしびれる、憧れる。
Mayuri and Daru leave in high spirits. I knew the 10,000 yen bill would work.
クリスティーナ、それにタイタイ。
タイターって私のこと？
他に誰がいる？
なんでいきなり呼び方変わんの？
タイターの中の人だから。
そうだけどさ。
無駄よ。岡部がまともに名前を呼ぶことなんてめったにないから。諦めて。
Nicknames all the way, right?
二人とも聞け。俺は11日の14時にタイムリープする。そこでタイターから改めて今の説明をしてもらう。その上で今のこの時間13日17時までにタイムマシンを修理する。
当てはあるの？
今から2時間もがくよりはマシという程度だ。直せなければ何度でも2日間を繰り返せばいい。
ごめん。
タイターよ、お前には必ず IBN5100 を手に入れてもらわなければならない。これはお前のためでも未来のためでもない。あくまでマユリを助けるためのミッションであることを忘れるな。独善的だと言いたければ言えばいい。だが俺は誰の指図も受ける気はない。
Kurisu and Suzuha give an encouraging nod in agreement.
よし、作戦開始だ。
Let's go.
作戦名は言わないのか？
Who cares about that? Character growth. This isn't a game. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance.
北欧神話でいいネーミング候補が見つからなかった？
なんで北欧神話？
深い意味はないと思う。あえて言うなら、中二病患者はゲルマン系ネーミングが大好きだからってところじゃない？
そういえば、私がいたレジスタンスでも作戦名はほとんどゲルマン系のネーミングだったな。なんでって聞いたら、これは伝統だとかなんとか言われた。
26年後にも中二病患者っているんだな。
くだらない会話をして
Chunibyo lives on forever. Mayuri's life hangs in a balance. There's no time for this nonsense. All right. I think we're going to pause here for today. Let me save really quick before I forget. We'll just save over it, I guess. Let's save over it. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. We will begin again tomorrow at noon EST. And we'll go crazy over, well, I will go crazy over what's going on after we jump. There's going to be a lot of tinkering, a lot of hammering, a lot of fixing, hopefully. Or we'll have to deal with CERN all over again, and I will lose my mind again. But thank you guys so much for coming by. Let me just see if there's anyone that we can raid. American went offline. I was hoping to raid him, but dang it. I missed my chance. Thank you so much for coming by, chicken. I appreciate it, as always. Who is on? Who is on? Who is on? I also take suggestions if anyone have suggestions. Badger rated us. Dang it. All right, I don't think anyone is on, which is crazy. It's a Friday evening. Like, why is no one on? Well, I guess in case unless anyone has recommendations, we're not gonna raid tonight. And you guys can all go visit your favorite streamer or stop watching streams altogether. And have a wonderful night yourselves. But let me hop over to the ending screen. You got none tonight? Yeah, it's a surprisingly quiet night. You suggest that I keep being awesome? I will try my best, Rufus. But I guess we're not rating anybody. So I just wanted to thank everybody for swinging by for another many hours of Steins Gate adventure. We will continue again tomorrow at noon EST. And lose our minds. Appreciate all of you. And please have a wonderful rest of your evening, morning, day, night, wherever you may be. And just stay safe and take care until next time. All right? I'll see you then. Take care. Bye.